So let me see. Streaming. Thank you. Okay, there we go. Oh, yeah, it did solve it. Perfect. It's
Nice.
it looks like there's a skipped frames issue. What's going on there? Okay. I'm going to assume that's going to work itself out. Okay. All right. So yes, the point is just for me, I have this heuristic that I like to use, which is basically involves um, a trust in expert consensus. And there are lots of things that call that into question, lots of different opinions. My usual process is, I guess the history behind this is that I used to be a fundamentalist Christian. So I used to think that the universe and the earth was really young and didn't believe in evolution. I did deep dives on those. And I really started to see that the answers were aligning with consensus. More recently, this is still like now 4 years back, I did it with intersectionality, trans identity, and then some people were talking about COVID. So that is something where there seems to be some consensus. Hey, Chloe, how's it going? No, I'm not new on Kick. So I'll share my process on the screen now. Oh, Ryan, you're up here. I was like, Ryan left. Okay. Let's see. Oh, I guess I can just do this. Yeah. Can you all see that? No, you can't see that. Okay, let me.
Yeah, I'm seeing your Google settings in Chrome.
Okay.
It's fairly interesting, but yeah, it's not probably what you want to show.
What? Yeah. What are they? What? I didn't. Anyway.
Yeah, now we're good.
Okay. Yeah. So this is pretty much what we're gonna do. So this is what I'm doing. Just exploring controversial topics. This is one of hopefully many in the future, in which there's a potential dispute between expert consensus and the public. And the idea is I want to determine whether I'm incorrect or not. My trust of expert consensus is, I guess, what that should say. Or to what capacity, I'm incorrect, and to listen to the conclusions of others on the topics and the idea. And that's pretty much it. And so this is the process. So we'll start by talking about my biases. Feel free to bring your own to the table. And then there is a process of researching expert consensus. I've done a lot of research on it, but it can be interesting to do. Which experts, do we consult to try to figure out their consensus, so on and so forth. There's a chart that user, thank you for making, that we can use on that. And then I'm going to do general research. That'll just be like encyclopedias. Wikipedia is my go-to. I'll be using Conservapedia too, if it's relevant. If there's a liberal one, I might use that one too. Just to get a general overview of what the conversation is about from different angles. And then we'll discuss, and then we'll kind of start getting into the sources. I want to look at the sources that dissent first, because I feel like that's fair to do. We can have also a discussion about the credibility of those sources. And then I'll argument map them. So I'll write them out and I'll analyze and evaluate the arguments and what I see as potential good arguments or bad arguments. I'll do the same thing with sources agreeing with the consensus or expert sources, and then kind of summarize, and then we can kind of have an open discussion about it. So that's the idea. Any questions about that at all? Okay.
No.
All right. That's my process. So we'll start with biases. So my biases are, I just kind of explained the development here. So, I do have a bias of trusting expert consensus. That is, one of the biases that I have. I should have wrote these down because I've been thinking about this a lot the past few days. Yeah, I have. So I have a bias, I guess, against those that aren't following the consensus. There's a bias there. I have I guess in terms of the actual topic, the coronavirus, I have a bias. Yeah. So some of the things I was thinking about is I have a bias against China. So to me, that was important to know. Like, if China did actually have a lab leak theory, this wouldn't be surprising to me. You know what I mean? Like, that is my so if it turned out that this actually even ended up being an intentional lab leak, I don't have a bias for that not being true. So I guess those biases are kind of pitted against each other, and that I want to trust expert consensus, even though the consensus isn't solid on this, by the way. That needs to be mentioned too. I also do have a bias against China, so it's not something that I think would be out of the purview of China to do. But I also have a bias toward America, so I'm pretty Americanized. Sorry, user, I see that you unmuted, so I'll let you chime in.
I was gonna make a joke, but I'll refrain.
Okay. Oh shoot, you can't see this on my screen. Hold on. It's supposed to just be display capture. Oh yeah, it is on there. I see. Wait, can I? Okay. I can see this is hard to see on my thing now. Let me move this over. Oops, shoot. I'll move this over here. Be easier to read. Okay.
Question.
Yeah.
When you're talking about your process and you're listing things, like you listed 4 or 5 clear biases right now, should you write those down somewhere so we can have them on screen, or do you want that to be a verbal thing?
I can write them down. I mean,
yeah, it could be interesting if you hear something and be like, oh, I want to reference that later as a viewer. So I think, yeah.
Sure. Let's see. Bias toward. So I'll just write toward. And I know that there is a way that sociology does this in terms of bracketing biases. But I'm not going to use that process. I don't even know how useful it would be here. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, why am I getting so many skipped frames? Oh well, I guess I got to hedge forward at this point. Toward expert consensus, against China, toward America. So, maybe I don't really have, in my view, a bias toward all American experts. I do have a bias towards experts in, I guess, I don't know if this is no longer PC, but developed nations. So if they're experts from what I would consider less developed nations, I'm less likely to take them seriously. So since there are American experts in particular talking about this, that's going to heighten the bias. Other things, is there anything else that I could be missing in terms of my bias here? If you think that there could be, feel free to speak up and I will think about it and consider it.
Would you say that you have a natural bias against groups in society that position themselves against the scientific consensus, because it's usually people from a conspiracy theory background or a theology? Yeah.
Those against expert consensus. Well, theology is something that's going to become an issue for other topics, because I don't know that I necessarily dismiss theologians. But I definitely dismiss communities that are kind of have a layman understanding of theology, I guess. Has non-expert claims biased your base rate? Biased your base rate. I'm not sure what you mean by that, John. You'd have to... Okay, what is the balance of the bias? Oh, what is the balance of the bias? That's a good question. If 10 Chinese experts said one thing, how many American experts of the same caliber would be required to counterbalance that by saying the opposite? I would say, just kind of gut instinct, this is not something that I have to scale, I would say 2 to 1. I'm not that biased. Well, hold on. Actually, now that you mention it, it depends on the topic. On this topic, I am actually pretty biased against China. So thanks for pointing that out. I would probably say 10. Yeah, I don't know if it's just because you put it up there, but I would say like 10 to 1. I don't really trust... I have to be fair here. So when... No, I'll put it at 5 to 1 for now, not 10 to 1. I'm not as trustworthy. I'm pretty certain, I would put money that China is falsifying some of the information coming out. So if there is expert information coming out of China, I have to remember that I do have a bias against that, but it's not a complete bias. Yeah, so I don't generally trust the Chinese government. So anything that I view as the Chinese government being involved in scientific topics, depending on what it is, I'm more likely to be skeptical. This topic in particular, I am predisposed to be more skeptical. Yeah, sorry about that. Excuse me. Let's see, that was worse. Okay, if example, if Trump, a non-expert, says something that is repeated so often in the press, does that sway your base rate? So, for example, if Trump,
That's a good question.
I don't understand it though, so you'll have to explain it to me.
If you have a person that you have a bias against naturally, that you know is a person that usually says something that is not scientifically based, you disregard whatever that person will say. So if that person for some reason comes with the truth, will you have a bias against that information based on it coming from a person you have a bias against naturally?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, in my estimate right now, I think you have to consider it even if it's not true. Like, so I'm going to say yes. But I would say not much. I don't really care. I don't care. Like, if you're asking me to go with my gut, my answer is that I don't care. I don't care what Trump says. I I just want to know what the arguments are behind it. But realistically, I'm willing to accept that when Trump says something, I'm definitely more likely to be skeptical of it. But ultimately, whether or not I accept it is going to come down to where I think he's forming the argument or how he formed the argument, what information he's basing it off of.
Yeah. And I think the issue is that if you have people that have access to information but are generally considered untrustworthy, they might jump the gun on something that could otherwise have a legitimate foundation in the public consensus. Like if someone that's distrustful is the first one to say something, you might immediately dismiss it to a higher degree than if it came out from different sources. Yeah, it's an good question, John.
Yeah, yeah, it really is. Yeah, I think the way this is the way that it goes for me. If you're like the natural process for me is I am scrolling through the internet or just however I'm getting information, and I have a concept of what I think the expert consensus is on. If somebody says something that is against that expert consensus, um, immediately my skepticism rises. If it's not, like I have no clue what I can't make heads or tails of it, then I'm more likely to be like, okay, it could be true or not true. I don't really know. That I do that a lot when I'm
Oh,
yeah.
yeah. In this case, you have an opinion of the expert consensus, right? Which you've done quite a bit of research into.
I haven't done, yeah, I guess to be clear about the amount of research I've already done, when we talked about it last, that night I did about 3 or 4 hours of research to the point where I felt my aggravation rising because it was getting late into the hours, and I felt like I didn't look at any of your sources, so I still have to look at those, but I was finding sources where I was like, they're not covering all the information here, and I started to get aggravated and stopped. And then was like, okay, I'm going to need to mentally prepare for this conversation. So that's why it took so long.
Okay.
Yeah. So I really haven't done that much, but I have read articles that, the articles that I've read, and I can go find them in the research process that are academic, that seem to be indicating that there is some consensus here that it wasn't a lab leak, but I don't even remember if they cited a source. So I think this is just experts in the field kind of telling us what their sense is when they go to conferences and read papers. So it's more difficult.
Yeah, it is. And additionally, we're dealing with a lot of the problems that I outlined on the right in the text chat. And one of them that I didn't list as well is like classified information, because we have several now of our top and senior really people in our government at that time specifically saying there is classified information that makes it quite clear that this was a lab leak. And not only do we have that, but as I said before, we have the highest ascertainment of our government is the FBI's finding with moderate confidence that it was an accidental lab leak. So I would almost say that the consensus is that it's a lab leak, and I would really like to see some evidence against that consensus.
Yeah, yeah. Well, we can go. That's going to be the next step. So if you think that there is information of consensus a different direction, I want to know that. So I will show you here in a moment what I have, and then we can get into what you have. Go ahead, Reverse Camus.
Yeah, the accidental lab leak, like that, has become more and more likely in my mind, but I've never really had it confirmed in my mind. But it would make a lot of sense. Like, even when they were talking against it, like, I looked it up, and they mentioned that it was a possibility. And I was like, yeah, sure. But yeah, it's looking a bit more likely or possible at the moment.
Yeah, and this is also an issue when we're talking about older things. It's a lot easier because there's been time for consensus to build up. So I'm more confident in those things. I'm less confident in this one. I'm partially only doing this because it is somewhat relevant and Ryan wanted to talk about it. So and I'm kind of testing out my process here. I'm going to do this for all of the topics that I have on a list. So that's really the reason behind it. But let's just finish the bias conversation really quick. So are there any other proposals? So I have toward expert consensus, against China, toward America, or experts of developed nations. So I guess I have a bias against communist or supposed communist or socialist governments, and the groups or individuals that are going against the expert consensus. I do. Are we saying there's a good chance it's true? That's what we're trying to figure out, Pine Greek. I don't. I'm leaning towards that it is not true, but other people are leaning towards it's true. So I'm gonna go through my research process. Okay. All right.
Call him Pine Greek.
I thought he was Greek.
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah, don't Greeks look like that? No. So I'm going to share some of the information I'm getting from. Is this going to share my whole screen? Let's see. So let me. Oh, I forgot to change the title on Kick. It doesn't matter. I'll change it. I'll change it in the middle of something. Okay. So let me. So did my screen change here? Let me get rid of that.
No, it's the same. It's still Word.
Okay. All right. So I got to change my screen.
Still the same boring page.
Gotcha. So I'll show you where I got the consensus thing from, and then we can and then again, you can show me where you're developing consensus from. It's going to take a second because I have to sign into my database. If I can even find the sources anymore, I guess.
Well, it's probably going to be the source saying that like 70% or whatever of the people in these domains believe it, right?
No, it wasn't even that specific. It was like literally the sources that I'm finding are saying there seems to be a consensus right now against lab. Like it's really, really vague.
Well, I'll help you. Yesterday somebody was reading from a source that seemed pretty credible, saying, I'll try to find it, but there seems to be a source buried out there that's a questionnaire of virologists, infectious disease physicians that specialize in viruses, and can't remember what else, but and it was something like around there. My issue is just that they haven't They simply haven't reviewed the evidence, and they are not forensic um, people, and they haven't had access to the evidence, much of which is like needs to be presented by an official body like the FBI or the State Department or the CIA, right? And then the expert can be empowered to provide accurate, which is what the FBI did, right? The FBI has physicians, the FBI has forensic physicians, and everything.
Yeah, and whoever is involved with cybersecurity needs to get their stuff together. Because I was just asked on a mobile app that I'm trying to sign into the mobile app to verify the sign in on the thing that I need to sign into. And so that I don't know what's going on here. Yeah, I just did it again. Oh, okay. All right, there we go. That time it solved the issue. Yeah, if you can share the link that you were talking about in the chat, that would be helpful. And again, this is research. If anybody has anything else to say, by the way, you can come up because this is going to be a lot of research. So if you all just want to talk about the topic, you're more than welcome to come up and just kind of share your views on it.
Do we want to, since Ryan's been doing his due diligence, and do we want to place FBI as a consensus expert source on the consensus map, maybe?
Oh, that's a good question. If you want to, you can. Okay, so in terms of the FBI, what's the information and what are they saying exactly?
It's linked in the chat, but I can read it if you want to.
Because my question is ultimately going to be like, what is their, what conclusions are they drawing and what is their credentials? To me, it revolves around credentials.
Yeah, the FBI is highly credentialed, I would say.
No, it has to be relevant. Like, I don't care what a mathematician says about, like, sociology or something.
I think the idea that the FBI is like hiring a mathematician is like ludicrous to do this, right? Like, they're not, obviously. Like, now we're going to go through a microscope with the FBI's process, but you're not going to do that with the experts, right? This is kind of the issue.
Yeah, of course. To me, I've already done it, but yes, I'm willing to do it. Absolutely. I have done it. Like, I've learned how fields build knowledge. That's why I'm confident in them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, so you would want to see, do you have to see the sources and methods of the FBI, or what would you need to see?
Just on the face of it, I want to know, like, what conclusions are being reached, and then, like, who in the FBI is reaching those conclusions. Like, does the FBI have people with relevant credentials in their staff? If they do, then I would trust it.
Yeah. You could just
Okay.
when they initiate an investigation into the origins of COVID-19, like bumbling around.
You're cutting out, Ryan. I don't know if you know that.
Oh, okay. Is this better?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I mean, when they're
launching
an investigation into the origins, I don't think they're just like.
Is that just me, or is he cutting in and out?
No, I went really bad again. Sorry, Ryan. When you asked, is this better? It was good, but then immediately went bad again.
Okay, hopefully this is gonna fix it. I don't know, but when the FBI launches an investigation and into whether the origins of the lab leak, they're empowered by the federal government and trusted by the federal government of the United States, and they're one of the most trusted institutions when it comes to investigations.
Okay.
They're more typically, the quality of their investigations are higher than like the CIA and other, whatever. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll go ahead and I mean, it looks like, I don't know if users looking at it or not, but
They looked at genetic sequences and epidemiological patterns to assess the likelihood of the cause. And they also had access to classified information that I would say again, it really means something when the top people in your society keep saying, "Hey, there's some classified information that we can't share with you that shows that it's a lab leak." I think that
So
that's
sad.
pretty powerful.
gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I don't completely dismiss the FBI. I mean,
Yeah.
you are right. Their job is to investigate, and that is important. Especially again, I just want to know more of the details. I think
Sure.
I'm probably predisposed to trust them on this. Maybe
Sure.
I'm wrong about that, but that is my
Okay, I'm trying to find um more about it. Apparently, they have a team that's dedicated on biological threats, biological agents. They're an interdisciplinary team of molecular biologists, epidemiologists, virologists, and biosecurity experts. And they collaborated with other teams with backgrounds in genomics, data analysis, and bioinformatics. And created an interdisciplinary team basically to assess the sources.
okay.
Things like that.
Yeah, see, that sounds pretty credible to me. If that's
Sure.
what they're doing,
Yeah.
and their conclusion is that it was an unintentional lab leak. Is that the conclusion that you said on that?
Yeah, and they assessed that with moderate confidence, and that remains to be the highest assessment by the United States government about the origins of this pandemic.
Gotcha. I think this is the one that I was talking about. When is this? Oh yeah, and that's the other thing is when was it published? This is 2020.
When yours or mine?
No, yeah, when was the FBI report published?
It's been a minute now, but it was, let's see, maybe around 2023 March, something like that. Could be.
Published or
Um,
made unclassified?
Um,
Oh,
I
hey
think
Leslie.
this was initially a 2021 report. It could have been originally 2021 report, but I think, the timeline may be a little bit less relevant than we might think.
Okay. Yeah, this one's from 2020. Can you see my screen? Yeah, this one's from 2021. Many recent studies have pointed out several plausible scenarios. Anyhow, currently, even if suspicions by some about the possibility of lab leak hypothesis still remain, the consensus view is that the pandemic probably started from a natural source, and to determine the real origins of SARS-CoV virus, further research is needed. So to me, that is right. That's not like, it's like there's consensus, but we still have to do,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I mean? Like, and this is from 2021
Yeah.
too. So this is also sort of old.
Sure. Yeah, but of course that's hampered by a lack of, clearances, and State Department information and all types of things like that, presumably.
Okay.
Unless these are like, yeah.
Let me go back to chat. I'm gonna go back to chat. Did you post that? I'm guessing somewhere higher up.
The intelligence community assessment.
Is it just the screen shares that you posted?
Here I can find it.
Most likely was the result of laboratory associated incident.
Here you go. This is the unclassified, like I think user was talking about.
Probably involving. Okay. Okay. Yeah, to me this is a little complicated, so I'm just sharing my thoughts here. So, one thought based off of what you based off of what you were saying, it sounds credible. And it doesn't seem like right now the government has really much intention on like kind of using this as a reason to sow further distrust against China. That could be happening though, is my point, the point that I actually wanted to make. I'm not saying it is happening. I'm just saying that is a possibility here. I'm still predisposed to accept it or believe
Well,
it.
isn't that a little bit conspiracy minded?
Yeah, and that's sort of the issue, right? Like I would need
Yeah.
some type of consensus on even potentially that to know.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, and then I would also just submit things like, I get your bias to like, trust in the experts and stuff, but when there is also like specific pieces of information coming out, like we have the cables between the lab and Beijing, and on the day that it's clear there's a big fuck up and Beijing sends somebody there after them having tried to cover it up. On that day, they get an emergency team to redo the HVAC system in the lab. And that happens to be the same time that the FBI says the first people were infected that we know of at the lab,
Mhm.
who were the first cases, and went to the hospital. And I think that based on a lot of peer-reviewed research on conspiracies and how they come out, that's something that William talks about, William O. He says it's a slow drip. When it's true, it's a slow drip, and things slowly start to line up and make sense, and they slowly start to come into place. Little things like that you would expect, start to happen. But anyway.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, so now we're getting into like this is by the way one of the reasons that I end up just sticking to consensus. Like anything that ends up being open to speculation enough, I'm gonna take an agnostic position about. Because to me these things, so many things that I've learned or read about end up being like pure coincidences, or it's just there's so much involved in the thing that I'm like, I actually don't have the capacity as an individual to figure this out. I'm actually not convinced anybody does. I think this is like I think this is a hard pill for a lot of people to swallow, is that with a lot of issues, like you just aren't good enough. Like you're really like experts as individuals aren't even good enough. They have to collab with each other, which is why I just end up listening. So, but I mean, it's still compelling to me. Sorry, Leslie, you had something to say?
Oh, I agree with that entirely. I mean, there's a hierarchy of confidence and information, and it's true that every new theory starts out as a rumor or one guy saying it, and then a group of people saying it, and then it gets hopefully eventually to consensus. But it takes a while, but among those things that are in that one guy or a group of people saying it, most of them, not all of them, but most of them don't reach the consensus. They fall off before they get to that level. So you got to decide how you're going to approach that. Are you going to be the person who's in that pre level, or are you going to be in the one who just goes with the consensus, which totally is wrong sometimes, and totally there is some really good stuff in that one level, but there's some really bad stuff too, and I personally don't have the ability to figure it out on my own.
Yeah. Yeah, I think going off of what you said too, and what Pine Creek Doug just pointed out, like consensus can change quickly. My question that I haven't answered is, how often is that? I know that consensus used to change very quickly, very often, like over 100 years ago or 150 years ago. That doesn't seem to be the case anymore. It does change still, but it does not change as much. Like we're working in much more of a correspondence framework where it's not so much that consensus is just completely overturned or upended, but it's specified and clarified.
I think I would disagree with that. I think even in cases of advanced scientific fields such as medicine, Prasad and colleagues estimate the medical reversal rate at 31% across all specialties, with pharmacology and cardiology being the first and second worst offenders. and medical reversal being the reversal of currently established medical practice. So 31% across the field in medicine of practices that are actually already instituted will be reversed, not for improvement, but for lack of evidence or harm. And I think that's they really try in medicine, you know, and it's just hard. It's very hard. Science is hard.
Yeah, I agree. I guess my question about that is, you know, and it's something that John brought up that I'll speak on too, is like how, you know, how is consensus being determined? Because I know with a lot of pharmacological like medicine or just medicines, you know, I'm told that because this company is selling it or these people are prescribing it, that there's consensus when I know that I know that there's not consensus. So to me, I be careful not like I accommodate and try not to conflate consensus with just like it being standard practice amongst like practitioners or something. I'm particularly biased towards theorists too, by the way. So like to me, the people who are closest to the information and creating it, I'm more interested in what they have to say than the people that are just trying to use the information.
I think in the case of medicine, these are the society guidelines. So these are things that are taken very seriously, and these are the things when you sue a doctor that you have to show that they broke, in order to show that, you know, they've done something wrong. So I think that, you know, if it's hard in medicine, I think, you know, it's going to be even harder in other fields.
Yeah. Again, to me, it's, you know, what it like. So, for instance, something that's often talked about with consensus is lobotomies. Like, well, didn't you know, everybody agree that like we should be using lobotomies? And if you look into it, no, they didn't. The person who even created lobotomies hated the way that many in America were using it. So this,
yeah, but that's not gonna fly because the American Psychiatric Association presumably had that as a guideline, and they vote on guidelines. And guidelines are the speech of the industry, of the field, right? Like the Anesthesiology Association represents and determines the guidelines, the medical practice, clinical guidelines for anesthesiologists.
again, it's no. So the issue is with a lot of these establishments, my perception, at least, and again, this would be another deep dive into research, and then I kind of want to go back to the topic that I guess this is sort of relevant, but I guess my point is when I've done research on the disagreement in America among experts about that thing, a lot of experts disagreed with the assessment of institutions. That, and so I obviously am including that in the assessment. So to me, it's not just important that an institution does it. It's important that it's being agreed with by the people as well. So to me, the fact that so many therapists were against it is to me part of developing the consensus.
But they're not they're not the people performing. It's like asking a mechanic to comment on something they don't do.
I think to me, it's reverse. It's like you're looking at the people that are the mechanic, and I'm looking at the people that are the engineers.
That's fine, but I'm just saying, if the society guidelines and the clinical practice guidelines, which are instituted by consensus of the field, if that is in the guidelines, I think you have an impossible mission to show, oh, there were people that disagreed, so you can't call into question the consensus. No, it was a consent. If it was in the clinical guideline, it's consensus. That's
okay. So then it sounds like I will have to do research on how that is developed, because that's not my understanding of how those practices are implemented.
Yeah.
Like to me, there's a board, like, right? It's a board, right?
Yeah, it's a panel, and they and then they vote on like the confidence of the treatment, so they'll like say how effective they think it is,
right?
You know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, so to me, that's not necessarily developed by the consensus of the field. That's developed by a board that is selected by a limited number of experts.
Oh, okay. I mean,
But I mean, if it is developed by consensus, send me the information, because that, to me, that would
but
change
the,
my mind. That would be
I
easy
mean, but
to
this is what consensus of who is the question. Like physicians
of
are
all.
not researchers.
Yeah, as
This
many
is
of
the
the
problem.
relevant experts as possible. I am talking about the researchers. I'm talking
Yeah.
about researchers that I read in the
Right.
1900s that were many of them saying that there's huge problems with the practice of lobotomy in the U.S.
Yeah.
And sure, it was
But that's like
ignored by some
hunting.
institution. What?
Yeah, yeah, but we can hunt. We can go backwards and hunt for anything. The problem is that if we trust in the institutions, the societies are the same way the FBI is and things like that, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid. These are the people that we trust to look at all the data, interpret the data. They're physician researchers in the case of CMS, things like that. And I think, if you're an institutionalist or whatever, as it's that you
I'm
are,
not. No.
okay, well,
So
okay, so then
Yeah, I've
you
been.
just believe in consensus, or
Yes. Yep. That's my.
okay,
And
but consensus of who?
of as many of the relevant experts as we can possibly gather their position on.
And who is the relevant? In this case, are experts relevant who have not been able to review substantial swaths of the evidence? Are they
I would say
experts?
no.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree
so
with that. I mean, any
so
expert investigation is going to be limited by the evidence that they had access. You know.
so
Go ahead, Leslie.
overall, what I'd be really curious to hear what people think is the greater danger. Is the greater danger to be too trusting of or to be trusting of authority, or to an extent that something happens, and if so, what happens there? Or is the greater danger to be so skeptical that you can't land anywhere and people are confused? Where and those might not be the actual outcomes of those two extremes, but I'd be curious to people what people think are the outcomes of those two extremes and which is more dangerous.
Yeah, and there might be more options than that too. But yeah, to me, one of the biggest dangers that I'm concerned about personally, that I've fallen for and that I see other people falling for, is misunderstanding the amount of work that your individual or even another individual's brain can do versus a bunch of them, even like a group. So I was talking to User about this earlier, just to, I guess, emphasize that I am being consistent. Like, I don't care what an individual expert says. I don't even care what like a handful of experts say. Like, well, it's not that I don't care, but I'm more interested in what the field as a whole is saying, and that my confidence is in proportion to what percentage that is.
So do you see a danger in one extreme versus the other, or is that not the question you're focusing on?
No, it is. Yeah, I mean, I think danger is the hang up for me. There's definitely. I'm not sure that it's a danger for me in my mind at this point. It is a potential issue where you can be wrong, absolutely, because groups of people can be wrong even if they're experts.
If we look at our era, the people in this room have access to information that is astounding more than the people 20 years ago.
Yeah.
And we've never had access to so much information. Is that a plus or a minus in this?
I would say it's a plus. To me, it's a sign that more so we need to get rid of this idea of like, people think that there are like these Einsteins in society today, and like there's really smart people, but the reality is, based off of the amount of information, the increase for error in inductive reasoning increases. So this means that social epistemology is even more important, because
Interesting. Can you define social epistemology?
it's building knowledge socially rather than like through kind of typical individual scientific experimentation.
So, how does this counteract, or how does this work with the idea that there's a group in power in media outlets or authority that is dominating the discussion versus there's so much competition and information that we're going to get there. I mean, those seems to be like two different points of view on this.
Can you repeat that again? I'm sorry.
There's an idea that there's a media dominance, either by certain political parties or by certain corporations or whoever, that there's a group that's kind of controlling it.
Yeah.
Is that a danger, or do we see that, or
To me, this is sorry, go ahead, Leslie.
the idea is that the consensus is controlled, really. So the consensus
Right.
you see is not a real consensus. It's a controlled, or at least the information you see about the consensus. And I think maybe that's what Ryan's getting at, is controlled in such a way.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, this is like, the Occam's razor thing, right? Like, to me, this lessens the more experts get involved, the more institutions get involved, the more countries get involved. Or, another way to put this is, what's the alternative, right? Like, so to me, it's like, if there's an organization that employs virologists, right? And they're or epidemiologists, let's say, and they're a company, right? I might not believe them. I'm interested in what they have to say. Don't necessarily form anything from that. If there are a bunch of companies doing it, I'm more interested. I'm still not exactly interested. If both public and private institutions are coming to the consensus in America, that's where I really start to become convinced. If they're doing it across nations, even more so, because nations don't necessarily all have the same goals, or don't necessarily all have the same goals. So to me, and then it's like, what's the better way from there? Like, once you have all of the experts, a good portion of experts from both public and private institutions across different nations of different types, with different types of government, what better way is there than that?
Yeah.
So
Ryan,
what
how
is
do
the
Oh, go ahead.
sorry,
Sorry.
what is the natural place that type of consensus would take place? Is that an invitation? Who chooses what people get an invite? Where does that gathering of different private and public and whatever experts, where does that gathering takes place, and what form does it take?
Yeah, unfortunately, different ones. Yeah.
Well, we do have a university system that's accredited. That's one place, certainly.
Yeah, they do. We've talked about this before, but there's virology. I'll look it up what it is before. But whoever formed the consensus on climate change, they did a pretty good, thorough job of it. At the very least, including as many disciplines as they thought relevant. I'm pretty sure it was just the U.S. though. So again, that has its limitations. But to me, that started to be very credible once they started to involve a bunch of different fields, and they didn't include people who weren't working in the field. So you had to be actively working in the field for them to include you. And I think that's fair too.
So, and I'd also add government agencies like the CDC and whoever are also part of that, authority figures. So the academy, the governmental agencies.
Yeah, I'd say that the best you can get is public and private, or the academy, the government, and companies. If they're all agreeing on something, to me, that's probably the best you could get.
Yeah, so the only people that have been able to actually review the relevant information, and we're an interdisciplinary team, have said that with moderate confidence it was an unintentional lab leak. So I think for me that's kind of the consensus, because other people's investigations were highly compromised or in and when we look at how the literature fraudulent okay. When we look at how the literature was fraudulently performed from the very beginning, with proximal origins, which, as Emily Nope kind of points out, might be the most influential scientific paper of the century, and it just being a complete fraud in terms of ethical violations, reckless ethical violations that are beyond the pale. I mean, not even within the realm of, right, with two of the authors, and those same authors going on to affect more of the literature and poison more of the literature, right? There's, if you go look at half the citations on Wikipedia for the origins of COVID-19, they have Edward Holmes, who is the very guy who's compromised, who didn't disclose his funding of the Wuhan Institute of Virology in a paper that everyone agrees should have been disclosed. This guy was involved in the research. He's one of the top virologists in the country. And he didn't disclose all these guys. Now we know from the emails that these guys were doing their best to try to direct the literature as best they can and anathematize the lab leak hypothesis, because it was likely their negligence that would be implicated.
Yeah, well, I think this is where, it's just going to be more research that's needed. And again, I don't know that a conclusion is going to be reached on this, but I've had the experience just going based on, and again, this isn't, I think sometimes you think I'm taking jabs at you or something. I'm not dismissing what you're saying. I'm just relating it to experiences that I've had where somebody will say that this person or that person has this type of bias, and then I do research on it, and sure they do, but then somebody says, yeah, well, they have this type of bias, and I go and I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, they do too. It just ends up being a wash. It seems like everybody is compromised to some degree. It's to what degree is the important component.
No, okay, look, I mean, if there's a professional violation, there's a professional violation, I understand that that's typically what may or may not happen, and people just saying biases, but a bias is different than a professional obligation, When somebody is violating a professional obligation, the the thing is dismissed, right? And it
Can
it
you
needs to be,
define a professional obligation?
yeah, like if you're involved in the funding of a laboratory, and then you publish a scientific paper that addresses the laboratory, and you don't disclose that you were funding the laboratory, that's a very grave professional violation.
Oh, in the paper, they didn't
Yeah.
disclose that.
Yeah, they didn't disclose that, and they didn't think anyone would find out from what we see in the emails. So yeah, these are very serious professional obligations. Some of the most, the largest names in the field: Edward Holmes, Anthony
Well,
Fauci.
sure. There's no doubt it's going to be messy. I mean, the whole process is messy, and there's going to be things we should have known and we didn't.
Mhm.
I think we're just looking for the most reliable method, not the foolproof method.
Sure.
Yeah. And again, these are things that I haven't personally looked up. So, it's like I'm just taking it at face value right now.
Yeah.
But so we have two things on the consensus board so far, and I think that's good. We have the FBI and virology right now.
Yeah, and I have another one for you,
Yeah.
another expert. So this is
Well, expert consensus.
yeah. I mean, I don't know how to gauge that. This is
Okay, then I
Yeah.
put the FBI on here. Virology's
Quick
on here.
thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Underneath the gray thing you were looking at, there's a black bar. Can you pull that down so the notes disappear?
Oh, that
Yes, perfect.
gotcha.
So you
And
can
to
see
the
it.
left, you have 4 squares and an arrow to the left on the bottom left of the screen. 4 squares and an arrow. Click the arrow. No, click the
Oh.
arrow. Not the
Oh shoot. Gotcha.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yep. Yeah,
Go ahead,
thank you.
So I don't know if this would meet your criteria, but regards to Toy Reed, who is one of the best China specialists in the world in terms of working for the government and other people to interpret the Chinese government intra communication. And this was published by ProPublica. Yeah, a China specialist. And ProPublica and Vanity Fair that conducted pretty much the most extensive investigation that was done until the political congressional one. But Toy Reed points to the communications and translates them, the dispatches from the WIV to Beijing, and says that finds evidence of a clear safety concern and breach of biosecurity in November of 2019. And that they took emergency response activities such as replacing the HVAC in the system and things like that. This is right around the first infection that the FBI noted. And then I guess there has been some experts that have said that, I guess this wouldn't meet your criteria, but that the timeline of the in Beijing don't make sense. That it was very, very fast.
Yeah. Well, go ahead and you can continue to talk about this. I do just want to briefly, I'm going to move on to the next step just so we can get going, because we've talked about the first two biases, research on consensus. So now I'm going to start doing general research. So it's going to be on it'll be online encyclopedias, Wikipedia. I'll consult Conservapedia because I'm sure they'll have something on it. And this is just to get a general overview, start collecting potential sources, and then we'll go on from there. So that's the next step. I am just going to
Can I ask, so you're deep diving into one issue to look at experts versus public opinion. What's the goal here? Experts.
Yeah, it is it's basically, so again, I have this heuristic of I follow expert consensus. And so it is to challenge that, to potentially reinforce it, to see where the lines are drawn, what circumstances it's a good or bad heuristic. That's really the mission, and to do it with certain topics. So I'm just starting with this one because Ryan talked about it, and I had read that there was some consensus. This is very new consensus, though, so I'm not expecting this to yield any specific results like I am some of the other things. Like I anticipate when I do like the age of the universe or evolution, I'm strongly anticipating that I'm going to find what I already found the first time I researched it, which was that expert consensus was reliable. This might be an instance where expert consensus wasn't reliable, maybe because it was too new or there was too many biases involved, but we'll see, or at least I'll see. It's for me. It's the development of my opinion.
Right, but is the goal to figure out for this particular issue
yes,
if it's reliable or not, or to make some assumptions or guesses about all issues and the reliability of consensus in general?
Yeah, so it's for this issue, and it kind of has, this is a long-term goal. The long-term here would be that if we keep figuring out that experts are or aren't reliable, we can inductively build some type of rule about that claim, that expert consensus is reliable.
Well, okay. Do you think that there are perhaps issues or perhaps cultural shifts that might change that question over time, or
cultural shifts? Can you elaborate on that?
Well, you're part of the Nazi movement in Germany at a certain time in history, or you're there's a cultural press somewhere like Manifest Destiny in the early 1800s about exploring all parts of America, and there's just cultural narratives that go on that actually end up influencing academics as well as other things.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, there is a fuller historical conversation that I tried having at a different time, and maybe that's something that I'll do after. To me, I'm talking about issues that are, kind of postmodern science, and I would say give it 50 years, because so to me, the development of, there isn't, in my view, this is probably another argument. This is another argument I've had with people. There's not a scientific method. There are scientific methods, but regardless, there's some general idea or agreement there. So until the advent of that process, I'm not really interested in anything before that.
That's interesting. Okay, so you're bounding the problem
Yeah.
into no, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, so we're talking about more modern things.
Cool. Well, it's fun to watch, so thank you for sharing it with us.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, it's something that continues to come up, and it's something that I just kind of want documented. So at the very least, I can show people, like, look, I've tried. Like, I tried to do deep dives into the things that people are really passionate about. And again, maybe my mind changes. I'm right now, it's very clear in the way that I'm speaking. I'm trying to resist the bias to just be like, expert consensus is correct. I don't think it's always correct with new stuff, but expert consensus that has been around for, let's say, I don't know, 10 years. None of this is exact, and has strong consensus from different experts of different communities that are all relevant, both public and private and across nations, that is reliable. That is my bias.
Right. And there's a bias that exists the other way, which is whatever the dominant narrative is, it's wrong. There's a bias that way as well for some people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Distrust of. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I think that when there's very weak consensus, I don't think it should be considered as like definitive, or it shouldn't be accepted, because you're going to have too many reversals. So I think the key to this is to look at like moderate or high, confidence consensus, because there's just a lot there in terms of reversal. I think, as I pointed out, in medicine where lives are at stake, it's a very high reversal. And it's probably not that bad compared to other fields.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just because they have to actually deal with it. So they have to figure out, oh shit, are we killing people for 10 years?
Well, generally there is, in academic literature, there's a pretty good understanding that, generally speaking, in the hierarchy of sciences, or even the hierarchy of academia, the further you get away from like the physical sciences, the less consensus even forms. Consensus is more likely in physics than it is in sociology. But it makes sense for multiple reasons. So yeah, obviously these are, I'm thinking about this and have been thinking about this dynamically. So yeah, I'm, again, I've kind of already said it, but part of me is only doing this because you were passionate about it. We had a discussion, or potentially an argument. I can't remember now because it was a while ago, about it. And I saw that someone was claiming in the academic community that there was consensus, even though I already showed you even the way that they're kind of posing it as consensus is heavily, what's the word, qualified, right?
Sure.
So
Yeah.
this might not yield as definitive of results as other things, but I'm still going to do it. I'm going to do it. So then the next thing is to do, I'm going to go to Wikipedia. I'm just going to look up Wikipedia.
Well, okay.
Yeah, I knew. I'm doing it. I don't care.
And that's fine. Yeah. I think that at some point that we all have to hold values in terms of like, okay, if you present me with an article, and that article demonstrably,
How did I do that? That was stupid.
like substantially has significant errors, I think that that's problematic. I think that calls into. Oh my god, this is so annoying. I think that calls into question the whole article.
I mean, this could be a great opportunity for everybody watching, for you, Ryan, to display what you mentioned earlier about Wikipedia, how a lot of the COVID stuff, if you look at the references, they all
Yeah.
come from a certain person. Can we look at
Yeah.
that? Because that
Yeah,
was
Yeah,
sure.
sure. Yeah, if you click on citation 1, you'll see that at least.
Yeah, and look at this. I
One
mean,
was-
there are
Oh,
so
jeez.
many citations here.
Mhm.
Wow.
But I do want to, we'll look over this really quick. I guess just really quickly, I want to say that I might have misunderstood what you said, Ryan. So if I did, I apologize. It was just what I caught. You know, to me, if there's an article that doesn't appropriately cite like a thing, that obviously lowers the credibility in my mind. It doesn't eliminate it.
Yeah, and that's not really what I mean, but
Okay.
I meant like if they're
If it gets to a certain level.
yeah, like
Yeah.
if they're citing Edward Holmes and they're citing him in a paper that has been conflicted out the ass.
Gotcha.
That's a problem. You know, to me, that's a problem too.
Gotcha.
Wait, can you do a Control F and just write Holmes? Let's see how many pop up. Because I see a couple already. If you just
Okay.
scroll.
So
It's all
Yeah,
Holmes.
gonna
so
be
scroll
E.C.
down.
Holmes, I bet you.
So Holmes. That's spelled right.
HOL, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3,
So, yeah, there's quite a
4.
few. Yeah.
5, 6,
Yeah.
7, 8. Yeah, but I mean,
then
I.
there's the other guy, yeah, too.
Oh, okay. Who's the other guy?
I sent you both of their names. Let me see.
I'd skim a recording. Yeah, because to me, this is a lot of citations. So, you know, if they include an expert and the thing is, this is an issue generally with Wikipedia too. It's not like I'm going to Wikipedia as like, oh, this is where I'm going to figure out the exact truth. It's just to give me a sense of some different perspectives to start with.
Sure. I think it's Lipkin. Lipkin may be another one. Yeah, Lipkin. LIP.
Lipkin. Oh, so it looks
Yeah.
like they're. So it looks.
Yeah, and then the third
Okay.
one would be Anderson, Christian Anderson, who
Okay.
there might
I'm
be a
making
lot.
sure there's
No,
not.
I'm not saying that these guys they're not bad virologists. That in all three of those cases, it's egregious ethical violations that have been demonstrated and proven, or in the case of lying about what the email said or trying to cover it up when he clearly said something else. So anyway, okay, so yeah, let's proceed.
Gotcha. Yeah, so, and I don't want to, because there's a lot here, so I don't want to read all this, but I at the very least want to read the introduction. Maybe just relevant section. So the COVID-19 lab leak theory or lab leak.
Sorry, can you zoom in a bit?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay. Is that good enough? That's got to be good enough.
Yeah, that's good. That's perfect.
Okay. The COVID lab leak theory or lab leak theory hypothesis is the idea that SARS-CoV-2, the virus that caused COVID-19 pandemic, came from a laboratory. It is highly controversial. Most scientists believe the virus spilled into human populations through natural zoonosis. Okay. Spilled through natural zoonosis. So yeah, I knew that. I remember terms and forget them, so I need to be able to remember that so I can do research. Transferred directly from, okay, yeah. Similar to the SARS-CoV-1 and MERS-CoV outbreak, and consistent with other pandemics in human history, available evidence suggests that SARS-CoV-2 virus was originally harbored by bats and spread to humans from infected wild animals, functioning as an intermediate host at the, how do you pronounce that? Hunan Sea Market in Wuhan. Okay. Several candidate animal species have been identified. There's no evidence existed in a laboratory prior to the pandemic. Okay, so let's look at the science. Let's look at so there's Holmes. You mentioned him already. So Gorski.
See right there, they didn't mention the documented safety problems at the lab, and to me, I almost feel misled a little bit. Like,
Are you talking
they're
about this
specific
specific site though?
yeah, they
Okay.
didn't, like, for completeness. I feel that that's an example of misleading, because they're going out of their way to say there have been no incidents, and yet we have a documented history of, like, a State Department official, like, begging Washington to just throw money at them for the good of all of humanity. Like, literally, that's what he says. Like,
Gotcha.
you know, yeah.
Good next. Hi guys.
Hey, Rigatech.
Hi. What I noticed there is that there were no incidents before, and I think that's also kind of maybe conflicted. It's not very
Available.
clear because there was some people from the Wuhan clinic got really ill in October, end of October.
Where's the no incidents before at? I missed that.
I thought you said something like that.
No, the
Or
idea
you
was that
didn't.
it's just similar. Like, I think inductively, I think you're talking about similar to similar to these things. It's just pointing out that generally speaking, it seems like viruses jump from animals to humans and aren't lab leaks. But that's not saying that lab leaks don't happen.
Oh, there's no evidence SARS-CoV-2 existed in any laboratory prior to the pandemic.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So
Or
that's
that any suspicious biosecurity incidents happened in any laboratory. That one is a little bit questionable, perhaps.
okay. All right. Yeah. Again,
Because there were some people getting sick.
yeah, I think then we would have to start to talk about what a biosecurity incident is in context to the little that I know, and it is, again, not near what Ryan knows or maybe some other people know about this. These standards are validated by which organization? Some international organization. But I forget which one. Yahoo. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say that, but I was afraid of being wrong. So, yeah. So okay. So there's Holmes. This one isn't Holmes though, but maybe they're citing Holmes. That happens sometimes, and then that one's Holmes. So it seems like we have one from a not Holmes. I'll end up having to just do more research into Holmes at some point, but I just want to kind of breeze through the rest of this. Many scenarios proposed. Okay. Characteristics of conspiracy theories. Okay. Central to many is the misplaced suspicion about the proximity of outbreak to a virology institute that studies coronaviruses. Okay. Most large cities have laboratories that study coronaviruses. Yeah.
That's not true. What?
No, I was
Is that what it's saying?
Yes. Yeah. And
What?
yeah, and I
No, that's absolutely. There's only a few in the
I don't
freaking
think
world.
that's true. Yeah,
And
that's
there's
not
only
true.
one. There's only one that specifically,
Holmes, Gary. Okay.
investigates coronaviruses, and that's the one in Wuhan.
All right, I'm gonna write down these citations. Yeah, because again, the point won't be to get to the bottom of this, but I usually what happens is I do enough investigating that I'm like I'm seeing things largely lean one direction. Again, Holmes. So let's see. Now this I can't validate. What I have already done research on after what's his name? Frickin' who's the Democrat funny guy? He used to run. Oh, Jon Stewart. Yeah, talked about this. Is that a lot of virology labs are located near the virus that they're studying, or the viruses that they're studying, and that makes sense. So
but
this is not.
Yeah.
This is not that one, right? Like, this is not a tropical region.
Well, no, but
Wuhan
the corona. Hold on, really quick. But the Wuhan lab is very close to the seafood market, where we know the coronavirus does exist. Not this coronavirus, not this strand, but other coronaviruses existed. We do know that.
Coronaviruses in
Could you spell that out a little clearer? You're saying most labs are located near
The viruses that they study. because
Because they have
it's
access.
yes, because they have access. Yeah, because it's easily accessible to get
So you're saying
samples
there might
and
be a correlation, but
No,
not.
no,
Okay.
that's not completely true.
that's pretty
Um,
true,
It's
right? Like when
it's just not exactly true because
right,
if you're a country that experiences coronaviruses because you have a region of your country where these originate from, or you have something like, I don't know, make up some other Delta virus or something like that. You're going to study that in your laboratories because that's the thing that's going around in your country, in your region. So it's not because they're available. It's like, oh, we need some coronaviruses and we can't transport them all the way to the Americas.
okay, yeah,
So we just do it close by. It's not it's not a
They did
logistic
travel for the coronaviruses. They traveled 800 miles away where they still guard the caves that Rat G13 started with. They won't let anyone near those, which I understand. They don't want an outbreak. But
gotcha. Okay, so
yeah.
I'm making a very specific point here, though. I'm not just talking about the coronavirus. I'm saying generally, when
Yeah.
an outbreak happens, labs end up really close to those centers because the samples are easily accessible. So like when it happens in Africa, a lot of the labs, as you would expect, end up close. When it happened in Florida, they built a lab. What was the big outbreak in Florida? Like they have labs in those areas. They build labs in those areas when those outbreaks happen because it makes it easier to get. And this is a general. I'm not saying this is true for coronaviruses. I'm not saying this is true for the coronavirus. But Rickatek, you're talking about the coronavirus, and that's fine. I'm talking about viruses generally speaking. It doesn't seem far-fetched to me. And again, when I've looked it up, I found this to be true, that labs end up in the areas where the virus that they're studying is located.
I don't have a problem with that. I mean, I don't
Okay.
care.
Like
All right.
I don't think it's like a logistic problem. It's like, oh, we need to study this virus, so we need to be close to the origin.
That's not.
It's more of a problem. Is like, we have it here. It's a problem for us. We need to study it because it's a problem for us.
Yeah.
And it's not a problem somewhere else in the world.
Sure. Yeah.
So there'll be more focus. So there's more of a focus on coronaviruses in China because they originate there.
Gotcha.
And they have been. And in Brazil, they'll probably have more labs investigating Zika viruses.
Yep.
Right. They probably don't do that in China because it's not a problem for them.
Yeah, and not only in Africa, but specifically close to the areas where people contracted them.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sure. You do, like, you want to sample, perhaps like you want to sample gorillas and chimpanzees to see if Ebola creeps up again, something like that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
So for that you need to sample quite close by probably. So yeah, you got a little bit of a point, but
Okay.
Wuhan is very, very far removed from the area where coronavirus actually originate from.
Yeah, maybe where it
It's
originated from. My only point was that I know that the coronavirus has had outbreaks in it has been found in this market before, and it is only like it's very close to the lab.
Expect that. You wouldn't expect it to find in the food market and not somewhere else.
You wouldn't expect to find it in the moon
before it got to the food market. It already spread it way before that, so that wouldn't be like case zero. Right?
No, it's in particular. Well, I don't know exactly what you're saying, so I'm trying to be charitable here. But my only point is that it is particularly found in wet markets. Like wet markets are a breeding ground for like hostile viruses.
Yeah, and there they have mostly like there they have opportunity to spread from animal to animal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
That is. But in Wuhan they don't eat bats.
Yeah.
So
Right, and it's clear that coronaviruses originate 800 miles south in tropical China. and they had to do a lot of traveling before. So I think in this case, and I don't really understand why it matters that much. Like I'm not sure I'm getting the point, but
Yeah, let's.
Well, yeah, because if it's the lab leak, it also makes sense you will find it there, right?
If it's a
Because
yes,
the
yes.
Wuhan clinic is very close by. Like
Yep.
people get infected, you will find infected people at the wet market where they would go test
Yep.
first.
Yeah, that
Because they
also
think,
makes
"Oh,
sense
there's a
too.
wet market, we're gonna test first." But it might have been like spread around town all over.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so it seems like there was an issue with this claim, though. I didn't address this, but most large cities have laboratories that study the coronavirus. I think one of these was by Holmes. So 19. Oh, okay, I already wrote 19 down. Let's see.
I don't
14,
know. I
15,
believe
16.
that this is the only Bio4 safety level in China, I believe. Is that right? Does anybody know?
I think so. Yeah. I think so. Yeah.
This is the only what?
There's only like
Bios-
6 of them, something like that. Like
Biosafety level 4.
Okay.
it's a very few. Like it's not in every town you have this. This is
Yeah.
a highly specific.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Biosafety 4 is the highest, I believe, safety
Yeah.
level that it could be.
There's only like a handful of them, I believe, but I might be wrong about that.
You talking about across China? Is that what you're saying right now?
In the world. I
In the
think.
world. Oh,
Let me see.
okay.
Let me see. How many? Yeah.
Come on, scroll.
If a coronavirus outbreak occurs in China, there is a high likelihood it will occur near. Okay, all right. Near a laboratory setting. Okay.
All right. 51 biosafety level 4s in 27 countries.
Okay.
So
But they're not
that's
studying coronaviruses. They're not studying coronavirus.
not necessarily, but they might
Yeah.
house it. They might have it around, like in a freezer somewhere.
I have a question. This particular issue, and maybe all issues are today, is politically saturated with one side versus the other in a lot of these things. Does that make a difference in how we evaluate it or not?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
It makes it more complicated, that's for sure.
Yeah, it definitely
Yeah.
should. Like even, if you're thinking about your own bias, you should think about if you're aligned with a political side, then you should consider how that can be increasing the predisposition to bias.
Right.
And I don't actually even know what the bias is here. Like, does anybody know? Like, it are
That's
like
good. You should know. Just look at it without knowing.
okay.
Personally,
I think the bias is anti-conspiracism, right? Like we have a
No.
certain way that we're trained to respond to conspiracy sounding ideas, like the idea that this
No.
whole thing, it must have started in a lab, and it's like oh, it kind of fits, like it rhymes with a conspiracy theory,
Yeah.
Well, if it's
There's
in a
a lot
lab, then there's like people in control, and then people with bad intentions might have. Like to me, the conspiracy theory kind of goes into like there's probably some bad intentions that it released it. It kind of goes there. It's designed in a laboratory to make us all sick, or something like that, right? Or it's a bioweapon or something like that. But I mean, the lab leak hypothesis is not a crazy conspiracy theory like that. It just says
I'm-
like
Yeah,
labs
I'm not
leak
saying it is,
sometimes.
but what I'm seeing is a lot of right-leaning things. News sites are saying it, and less left-leaning. Fauci seems to be supported by the liberals, and the Wuhan theory seems to be supported by the right in general, not completely,
Yeah.
but that seems to be the consensus
That seems
and on those two camps.
Yeah, it's very sad because it shouldn't be.
It
any
is sad.
political
Well, the
It's
whole
just
virus itself and the way it was handled is divided.
yeah,
You'd think it'd bring us together, but no, it's yeah.
yeah. Well, it,
Oh shoot.
it's not great, like to bring us together when there's a pandemic.
No, it's not ideal, but it's worse when we have a pandemic and we argue about it and
Yeah.
divided and we don't try to, yeah.
Yeah, especially when it comes to medical things, it's an interesting, that seems to be unifying for both the left and the right, because the right and the left are both pretty skeptical of anything, a lot of medicine, and it's hard to call that one.
Yeah, you're
We
right.
need
You'd think
aliens.
that would be a
We really
unifier.
need,
Yeah.
we need aliens to come and destroy us in order to unify us. That's
Okay. Yeah, because on this topic, I think, it's worth pointing out or saying that, there are different levels here, but the three kind of most distinct are intentional lab leak created in the lab, right? That's one claim. And then it's unintentional lab leak, not created in the lab, and then no lab leak. And to me, the highest in conspiracy would be the first one.
lab leak is just open. It's just open.
Yeah.
Just open. What like lab leak just says we don't know what happened there, but it might have come originated out of this lab. That's
Yeah,
it.
but do you see what the Wikipedia is doing? Where go up real quick. It says it will occur near a large city and therefore near a laboratory studying coronaviruses. See, but that's bullshit because it's a level 4 biosafety lab studying coronaviruses interaction with the human ACE2 receptor, according to the Washington Post leaks of the State Department cables.
And a bad
So
level 4.
yeah, so but did you read the 3 no's that they would brag about? That no previous experience, no professionals, like whatever, like they were bragging about how they overcome all this against adversity and made it a successful lab, and the pressure to perform is huge in Chinese culture. It's huge. I mean, but yeah, I think that this is a little bit disingenuous when the article says, well, it's going to be near a lab anyway. Yeah, but not a lab doing that thing,
Yeah, but I think another thing that's like interesting to me, I have to say, is that there's this emphasis on Wikipedia, because to me, I'm just reading an introduction from a encyclopedia thing here. I'm not here to validate whether or not this stuff is true right now. So to me, it's this stuff is, I get it. For you, it's probably aggravating because you've read a lot of this stuff, right? And like, so to you, this is just like rife with bias and intention.
No, it's aggravating because Wikipedia is very powerful, and here they are just completely, it's, in my view, just it seems that they're not responsibly, the article's not good. I'll just put it that way. Okay.
Anyway. The page, you mean the page isn't good?
Yeah, like
Okay.
the page seems to have citations from compromised thing, whatever. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Incomplete.
World Health Organization published a report which deemed the possibility extremely unlikely. Oh, okay, who's this? Okay. We're not definitive. Okay, so I'm gonna write down 35. Subsequent plans for laboratory audits were rejected by China. Okay, 2236. Most scientists remain skeptical of the possibility of a laboratory origin, citing a lack of any supporting evidence for lab leak and abundant evidence supporting zoonosis. Okay, who is this? Gorski. Gorski keeps coming up. I'm just gonna write their name down.
So Ryan, do you have a link to Holmes's relationship with the funders?
Yeah.
Though some scientists agree a lab leak should be examined as part of ongoing investigations, politicization remains a concern. In July 2022, 2 papers published a novel.
Did you do a search already for Holmes
Yeah.
involved in funding?
Oh, in the
Yeah, I have-
Wikipedia? No. I can.
No, not you.
Oh,
I'm talking
okay.
to Leslie.
No, I haven't found it yet.
Involved in
I'm searching. Yeah, I'm searching now, and I haven't found something.
Okay. I'll give it to you.
Okay. All right. So that's the intro for that. I'm going to go to Conservapedia real quick and read the intro there. Did they have a page? Fauciism. I'm not reading that. I'll go to. I'm just gonna.
I've never heard of Conservapedia.
Coronavirus cover up. Okay. I'm just gonna, because this is only about lab leak. We're not solving any other stuff. Oh. Okay. Let's see. That's not on this page. Okay, so this page does not talk about a lab leak at all. Control F, lab. Okay, leftist and liberal media outlets have consistently engaged in liberal denial, insisting against the veracity of lab leak theory. Washington Post called the coronavirus bioweapon. Explanation. Yeah, so this is on the high end of the conspiracy theory potentiality, or at least sounding like a conspiracy theory. Deceitfully did not distinguish the notion of the lab leak hypothesis. Okay. All right. That doesn't seem like there's anything useful here. I'm going to give it one more shot just to say I tried. Control F. Let me just put in lab here. Okay.
Well, I already gave you like a great source, the Emily Knopp U.S. Right to Know. I think it was on Reason TV or whatever. If you have the GPT extension, you can just get the bullet points from that. But
I don't
think
know,
that-
but it is. I'm just trying to get a general sense of people's positions on it, like what the general conversation is. I'm not doing any deep dive into sources yet. That's about to happen. From scientists after he suggested the coronavirus came from. Okay, all right. Robert Redfield, yeah, I've heard you mention him before.
Yeah.
Okay. Escaped. Other people don't believe that. Okay, all right. All right, I don't think there's going to be too much more in here. Okay, yeah. Not useful. All right, so we can go to the next step, which is to start to cut into the meat. So we can talk about sources. So I was expecting to get some useful ones from Conservapedia. So I'm just going to use yours. I'm just going to use the ones that you sent me.
Okay.
So let's see. Let's go back.
There's one, Leslie.
Okay. Thanks.
I think in his case, he didn't disclose that he'd overseen and published research with someone at the Wuhan Institute of Virology.
Okay, so he had a co-published article about something else with somebody at Wuhan.
Not in Wuhan. Wuhan Institute of Virology.
Okay, yeah, this is the one that you shared before. So let's go ahead and pull this one up.
Well, that I think let's not do that one. Let's do I'm gonna give you the
Okay.
U.S. right to know. The hold on, I think that'll be a really good way. Good, 1 second. That'll take me about 2 seconds. I found the video, and then I'll press the extension button.
And you're sharing it in the chat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, just prompting the AI. Okay.
Let me check some.
Copying it. I'm gonna have to do it in sections. Okay, so section 1, section 2.
Okay.
Let me separate them.
Oh, you're just sharing the. You can't. Can you share
Oh.
the source?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the video. It's a video by Emily Knopp, the journalist, and her reporting. The sources will be U.S. Right to Know, which is the one responsible for doing the FOIA requests that
Can
found
you?
a lot of this.
Okay.
You're not going to be able to in the moment.
I'm not gonna watch the video. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, I could technically, but I just want to see the source.
Sure. So,
So
like the ultimate source or like the proximal source or what?
Just whatever you got it from.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
So the link that you say about Holmes getting funding or whatever is the Holmes is not mentioned in that article. If
Oh,
that's
is
the
he
one,
not? Oh,
no.
okay. Sorry,
I did a
wrong
search on
one.
the word Holmes. He's not
Okay.
there.
Okay, 1 second.
I can't find. He did write an article with somebody else, some other researchers from Wuhan and some other places. That is
Mhm.
true. But
Yeah.
I don't
Okay.
see anything that beyond that.
Okay.
But I
Let me.
don't think it was the article about this particular issue. that he
Here.
collab-
Okay,
Yeah.
this is
Okay. Buy bats. Blah blah blah.
I guess he claimed he had a bad memory for not disclosing it. Here's the
Well, I need some sources. Okay. So this one right
What?
here, Ruskin, Gary Ruskin.
Oh, for Ruskin? Yeah. Ruskin.
Okay. Yeah, because I need actual things to analyze.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
in the Australian.
No.
Oh, okay. So here it is. Yeah, I found something from.
Found it.
This doesn't seem to be. This is just the website. Oh.
Well, there's a paywall. I can't look at it.
You could use archive.ph. Yeah, I mean, if you want these are collected different articles that have been published. There's the video where she talks about her reporting. If I don't know if you consider that, or we could go to the actual articles themselves. But
I would
don't know.
prefer the
What is-
articles.
yeah. So what is it? Let's get into like what is it that's maybe being disputed, and then I can find the article.
It's
for
nothing
that.
being disputed. What I need is I'm evaluating sources that are making specific arguments indicating that it was a lab leak. That's the thing that I want. Like, what is the evidence that it was a lab leak?
Well, it's the body of evidence that's presented here. The emails
Oh.
obtained
Well, I
the
need.
Freedom of Information Act, the conflicts of interest. Yeah.
Okay, so send me the link to the emails.
Okay.
Right, because like
About
what I
what?
see
Showing
from,
what?
I mean,
Well,
showing
I've
that
sent you in
it was a lab
DMs.
leak. Okay, I can go
Yeah,
back
I
to
can
my
show.
DMs.
Sure, I've shown you some emails where I summarized what that thing shows. So
Okay,
it's a bunch of information.
so then can I read the ProPublica or
The ProPublica is not where the emails are. No.
is it going to give me is it going to give me the arguments about why it originated in the lab?
The ProPublica I think is important. A lot of the stuff based on your standards, not you don't want a bunch of subjective stuff. So
Mm-hmm.
I think the strongest thing there is that it's hard evidence of two things that there was some kind of a safety incident or some incident that required somebody to be sent from Beijing
Okay.
and that they redid their HVAC system at precisely the same time that the FBI claims people presented for treatment at a hospital. So it appears
Okay.
that it supports the idea that there was a biosafety incident that occurred during that period. I think that so that's really all that's good for, I would probably say.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I do have to say that I'm continuing down this road, but I've looked at some of the other sources, and it does seem it's just like they're looking at the the genetic information of the virus, right? But I know that there's information of some people saying that the genetic information looks manipulated. So it's like I need those things. I need the actual I need the smoking guns. But I'll still look at these things. But I mean that is
You
what
like
I'm.
the furin cleavage site? I think there's experts that believe that that's significant, and there's experts that believe supposedly that it's not significant. So
Gotcha.
that's the problem, right? As far as the FOIA,
The Apollo roots in Greenville, South Carolina. Okay.
here's a list of key articles from US Right to Know. New York Times, why the pandemic probably started in the lab in 5 points. That's enough.
I have to actually look up ProPublica because I've never done any
They're
research
pretty
on them.
big. They do a lot with NPR, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Affected.
I do like to see who's on their staff,
Mm-hmm.
but I won't look too much into it.
Also, the guy whose techniques were being used in the lab, Ralph Barrick, did testify that a lab leak was possible for whatever that's worth.
Okay.
Yeah. Barrick had been flagger of danger of gain of function research, and that he had specifically warned Xi Zhengli that the WIV's coronavirus research was being conducted in labs with insufficient safety protections.
Gotcha.
Right there. So I think that's another thing is just the fact that we have the positive evidence that the safety standards were horrible is like another thing in favor of suggesting that it would be a lab leak.
Gotcha. Okay. Let's see.
Still not dispositive. I mean, of course.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, you're building some type of.
Yeah.
I got it. Okay. Let's see.
What does gain of function mean?
It means like the ability to do something other than what it usually does. If I had to reduce it down, maybe somebody has a better definition than that.
Well, I've heard that it's trying to supercharge or pass viruses through a host in order to make it more infectious so that we can build defenses against it. Like, so that we can build treatments against it.
Juicing up naturally
The
occurring
power.
animal viruses in a lab to make them more infectious among humans. Okay. Gain of function research. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, so it's that specific type of
Yeah.
research. Okay. All right. Well, as part of his.
Basically, it's invented in the Netherlands. Yay.
Yeah, and I don't know that this is dispositive because I understand that China lies all the time, but I do just want to say that the Department of Health and Human Services determined that while the government of China was telling us that they were still reporting a pneumonia of an unknown origin, they had the complete sequence of the virus's structure Beijing database that they were like aware of. It wasn't just like sitting there apparently. But I have to look more into that. I'll post the Wall Street Journal article. It's called and the archive link to it so that you guys can read it because we know nobody's paying $34 a month for the Wall Street Journal.
Well, you know?
Lab mapped deadly coronavirus 2 weeks before Beijing told the world.
Regarding
Okay.
source research and critical evidence, Ryan, this is going to be completely anecdotal, but I've heard virologists talk about how there might be markers within the structure of this virus that would sort of tell that it's been developed and improved in a lab. Have you researched that anyway?
Yeah. I mean, it is a fact, an uncontrovertible fact, that the furin cleavage site remains a mystery, according even to the other side. So, like, for the lab leak side, number one, that this is why I struck Anderson, who is one of the world's leading virologists. This is the guy that Fauci went to, emailed, the first one he emailed saying, take a look at this thing, please. And Anderson responds back saying, hey, I've looked at this with Holmes, I've looked at this with the team, and this thing looks engineered, right? Something like that. He says that very explicitly. And then
Does
later
not
on,
look engineered?
no, does look engineered.
Does look, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And then it's clear Fauci responds back, I think in capital letters, call me, something like that. Because Fauci tells everyone that he knows, do not put anything in writing to my government email that's important because it's all gonna get read. And of course it did get read. And so what did they do? They plotted to make it look like he said the opposite. So then Anderson 4 days later sends an email that sounds very suspicious saying, or like I previously said, that this was not engineered, saying the opposite of what he said, as though of something of this importance he could send an email that said, engineered when he meant not engineered, right? Like, I don't believe that. Of course mistakes happen, but that's clearly not what happened based on the context of the rest of the email. When he says, there's certain words of the rest of the email that indicate it clearly can't be just a case of mistaken wording, right? Because of the context. And I think everyone who's reasonable who looks at that email would agree, in my opinion.
Are those emails part of any sort of public record, or have they just been read? Oh, they're part? Okay.
Oh yeah, they've been entered into evidence in congressional testimony. They've been and right now the NIH is further fighting more declassification. Yeah.
So that might be something for you, Ape, to have as a tangible piece of.
That's a good point. Yeah, it's all covered in that. That's why I did the summary there. It should be covered in that summary, but it got buried of the video. I think it says Fauci and Francis Collins dismissed the lab leak theory as a crackpot idea publicly. This reflected public statements such as social media platforms throttling or removing posts, but emails obtained through FOIA revealed that contrary to their public statements, they, along with other top virologists, took the possibility far more seriously in private. they were freaking out over the possibility that the virus looked unnatural and yeah, that's what he said. He said inconsistent with evolutionary expectations.
Okay.
And that's clear based on the Fear and Cleavage site. I think that this ProPublica article doesn't have much more to offer than.
Yeah, I mean, what I want specific articles. You can do videos too. I'm fine with videos, and then just tell me where I should be going and what I should be reading. Like what paragraph is the important part.
Yeah. So I mean, if you want something on the emails, or I mean, I don't. You just have to
Whatever you think is going to be most persuasive or convincing.
Well, yeah, I think. I mean, yeah, like I said, I think that the Fear and Cleavage site is a very important piece of evidence. The fact that the first, world experts that were consulted believed that. And that it remains a mystery. There isn't anyone on Earth that can tell you there's a good. I believe that there's a good explanation for the Fear and Cleavage site to be there, in the way that it is. It would be like astronomically.
Is this a source coming or?
Yeah, sure. Do you
Okay.
want a source on that? Like, it's just gonna be.
Yeah, again, I want
Okay,
some
sure.
type of article and just tell me where the thing is. Tell me where the information is.
Okay. So do you want one on Anderson, or do you take that at
Just
face value? What do you?
whatever.
What is it that you want the source to demonstrate?
The information that you
Fear
are
and
saying
Cleavage
is
site?
true.
I'm saying a lot of things, so you gotta
Yeah.
pick one.
No, you have to pick
Fear and
one.
Cleavage
I'm the one
site?
here to be
No.
convinced.
No.
Yes.
I'm telling you a sentence that contains a myriad of claims.
So pick the first one then.
I'm not gonna send you 10 things
So-
hoping I get the right thing.
Pick the. It's not. See, and again, I think I'm gonna go over whatever it is you want me to go over, but it seems like you are trying to hedge criticism. But I can't do if you're
hedge criticism by
Yes.
asking you what you want me to show you. That's hedging criticism.
by saying, "Oh, I don't know if you're going to accept this. I don't know
I
if
didn't
like."
say that. I didn't say that.
Okay, well, I like
Yeah,
you
can't
have
pick what you want to zoom in on because you're not aware.
this is
That's fine, but
Yeah,
don't put
yeah.
it on me.
it is on you. It's your claim. It's your
Okay,
argument.
So then I sent you all of the references already. If you're saying I want everything, everything's been sent. It's sitting in your DM.
Yeah, and that would take me months to go over. So again,
Okay, so then you have to tell me what it is that you want. No, it wouldn't. I put a summary under each one.
okay, that's still a lot to go over. Just
That's up to you. So then, yeah.
and this is this is kind of the thing. Again, this is like the exact conversation that I have with other types of people. Like somebody, and again, I'm not saying this is what you're doing. I'm saying this is the experience that I have with people. Like if I'm talking to someone who doesn't accept evolution, they throw a bunch of things at it, and I'm like, just give me where the information is from and what you want me to look at. And then it turns into this type of conversation where it's just like, well, you need to do your own research. It's like I'm trying to.
I don't think that's what's happening. I think you're thinking that it's there and it's.
All I want is a source, and then show me in that source where you want me to, where you think any persuasive information is. Any.
Yeah, about what?
Indicating that it was a lab leak.
Okay. So I don't know which parts that you accept.
I
or
don't
which
have
parts
any.
are-
But again, that's the hedging the criticism.
It's not hedging. I don't know what to fucking send you, Abe. I don't know what to send you.
You're
What
saying
is
well, I
wrong
don't
with you.
you're saying I don't know what you're going. You're saying I don't know what you're going to
I
accept.
included those
That
links.
is hedging criticism.
Yeah,
I'm accepting it
Leanne
all.
Has something to
Okay.
contribute if
Thank you.
want it.
Thank you, Leanne. So where is it?
It's in the DMs. It should be directly to everybody.
All right.
Yeah, unfortunately,
I
there's a lot.
actually added Ryan.
Can you put it in the chat?
Yeah, I already did that.
Okay.
Find it.
This got a bit spicy, and I love it.
Well, it's just like when you're throwing a bunch of different things at
so-
somebody, like
Go ahead, Leanne.
So if you put in, it's on Oversight House.
I see it.
Okay, you see that one? All
Oh
right,
yeah,
cool.
those. Yeah.
oh, okay, I already pulled
So
this one
those
up.
are that one's there. Now I'm not sure if those have those. Like this is all the conversations talking about Fauci trying to like, get emails on his private stuff, on his private email and not his NIH email. That's what
Okay.
those are.
Yeah, and I'm
I-
happy to show him that. I don't know what
Yeah,
it is that he wants me to see. He
well-
wants, if I put 10 links in the chat, he's gonna say I can't read all that. So I'm asking,
Okay.
what do you want me to
Pick one.
demonstrate?
Pick
he's
one.
like, you're,
It's
well,
okay.
I know
This
that
is
there are another set of-
I'm-
with regard to what?
Ryan, dude.
I'm
You
With
are
regard to what?
you are tweaking right now, my guy.
Crazy, bro.
You are tweaking.
Crazy that you're using
Ryan, can I
me
step in?
offering you a source to say that I'm being dishonest. Is
I'm not.
so
I haven't said that. I
infuriating.
haven't said that you're being dishonest. My only
You're
point is,
hedging
you have a
criticism.
claim
You're trying-
here.
Your purpose
Yeah,
is
because you
trying
said
to
you don't know
hedge-
what I'm going to accept. That's hedging criticism. I told you I'm accepting anything you're going to give me.
Okay, so I have a question.
yeah.
Are the emails that maybe you're looking for, the emails where Fauci is having a conversation, I think it's with Peter Daszak and some other people are included. And it's basically him saying, or somebody bringing up in like whatever committee it was a part of. It's been like 3 or 4 years since this has happened, so it's been a while. But basically, they're saying that a guy brings up like, hey, I think that there might be something to the idea that this was a lab leak. He brings up the polyfuran cleavage site, just exactly what he said about Fauci kind of saying like, yeah, message me privately or whatever. And then further down in those emails, basically what all it says is like, hey, we want to control the narrative. We don't want things to get out of hand. And then it's like the end of that conversation.
Right.
So, and that's pretty much what those emails are. I don't know if that same thread has all those, but it's
Yeah, I think it
around the
is.
same time.
Yeah.
Okay.
And with the Anderson ones where he says inconsistent.
So that's
with
what I wanna
evolutionary
see.
Theory.
Okay, so
Is
those
the
should be in
Anderson
there.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they're all in there. Yeah. I think that Leslie, if you want like and anybody else that wants it, I think that video is a really, really good one where Emily Knopf just goes through. I don't like Reason TV, right? There's a lot of things that they like. It's not Reason TV. This is just the platform through which Emily Knopf just happened. These are the people that happened to give her, microphone on YouTube. I think anyway, they've had to all take it pretty seriously because these are like, they're real emails. They fought them really hard to release them. The NIH fought these guys in court for 3 fucking months before 4 months or whatever, till the judge was like, okay, you got to release these. and even still now, tons of them are redacted up and down the wazoo.
Duck fishing business. Okay, this raises serious questions about whether duck. Okay, all right.
This investigation is a politicized. Just so you know,
Most Americans have come around to believing that COVID-19 originated.
Oh,
but yeah,
Leslie.
Just so you guys know,
Sorry.
this investigation this is a Republican.
Yeah, you cut off. I don't know if you.
Sorry, this is a Republican investigation, just for full awareness. This is a Republican-led investigation.
Yeah.
But they're real email. I don't care. I mean, the emails are and in context, So it's fine.
On background about his overall reason. Okay, bravo for what you said, which is pretty much what I've been saying to him. I suggest Arthur tried to interview Tony directly and connected him to our secret back channel. He emailed Tony a few hours ago. Okay.
So now, and by the way, that's a violation of federal law, and they're being investigated criminally for that. The Fauci's advisor yesterday was referred for criminal prosecution for helping with this backdoor secret channels.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. And so how I
I think
usually.
he's being prosecuted. I don't know. He's in some kind of trouble. I don't know if it was prosecution or whatever.
Gotcha. Okay. Leslie, Jeff, something to say? Yeah.
Yeah. Are you going to? At what point do you think you'll wrap up your investigations, and how will you publish them?
Well, they're already going online. So the room says it's being recorded live. I don't know if you knew that, Leslie, but
Yeah, I did see that, but
in terms
you're
of
still
wrapping,
doing your investigation, is my understanding, or is this going to be wrapped up here right now?
I'm going to try to. I don't know that it's going to be. I mean, it might.
Okay.
Like right now, I have to be honest. My position is inconclusive. It's been hard for me to get the exact like process that I go through to happen. So that's been stifling some things.
I think that's fair. I think anyone that says that I don't know what happened, I can't conclude one is more likely than the other. I think that's not unfair. I think it might be approaching unfair to say like I'm pretty sure it wasn't a lab leak, or I'm pretty sure it was like, in my opinion. Of course.
I
Gotcha.
think the problem within this context, the problem with COVID is twofold. One part is the fact that you can say that as your opinion about whether or not you can trust the expert consensus, quote unquote, on the COVID issue. I think the second and more relevant part of the COVID issue we're talking about is the fact that it pokes holes in the general idea of trusting the experts. I think that's the more relevant aspect of it. But
yeah, well, it fits a further narrative of undermining any kind of science.
Yeah,
unfortunately, I
Yeah.
would really caution against making brand statement over one particular instance of anything.
Yeah.
I think that's a mistake.
Yeah, I mean, like to me, like even the conversation that's only gone on so far, and this is my issue with a lot of things, is I don't even think we've scratched the surface at all. At least me on my end, I'm not even, I haven't even begun to analyze and evaluate the arguments here, which is a big issue. And there's going to be there's going to be so much information that's been released that it's going to take me a while for me to become confident in one side or the other, if it even happens. So that's again where I'm at.
I don't think I mean I believe like you. I think we can't assess. It's very hard for non-experts to get into the weeds, and I don't know that they should. But that's I mean, I think when there's enough there to say something's wrong, I think that's fine for the common person to point out. Like, I think it's clear that this is different than other things. Like, there's enough there, in my opinion, that to say, hold on, this isn't really a clean thing. It looks like Leanne just posted something.
Yeah, I was going to read it. I just got off the phone with Christian Anderson. Christian Anderson.
Yeah.
And he related to me his concern about the furin site mutation. Let me make it bigger. Site mutation. So this is from Anthony Fauci.
Yeah, I think he misspelled furin. He meant furin.
Okay. Site mutation in the spike protein of the currently circulating. Okay. He related concerns about the. Okay, all right. I told him as soon as possible he and Eddie Holmes should get a group of evolutionary biologists together to examine carefully the data to determine if his concerns are validated. He should do this very, very quickly, and if everyone agrees with this concern, they should report it to the appropriate authorities. Okay. I would imagine that in the USA, this would be the FBI. Okay, it would be M15. Okay, so I don't know the context here, so can this be explained at all? Like when they're saying that they're concerned.
This is after the email he sent to Christian Anderson, the world's leading virologist, one of them at Scripps University, asking him, "Hey, what do you think about about this genome sequence or whatever? What is whatever? This is way back. I think he sent it. I don't remember what month, but one of these months he sent that, and that's when Christian Anderson replied. I don't know if this is Fauci's response to him. I'm not really sure. but
Okay.
it's kind of that's the context. It's a response to Christian Anderson ascertaining that it looks like manipulation.
Okay. Yeah, that looks like something else that I'll have to look into.
Mm-hmm.
Because to me, this could be, it could be that. It could just be like, this looks like a pernicious virus. Is this before, let's see, 2020?
No, not a pernicious virus.
It's currently circulating. Okay. Okay. All right. I would imagine
Yeah,
that.
this is specifically to him saying it's when they say not consistent with evolutionary theory, not consistent with evolutionary theory, they mean lab, or they mean human created.
In this email, it says it.
It says it's referring to the previous email where he says inconsistent with evolutionary theory. That's Christian Anderson's. Christian Anderson cites the Fear and Cleavage site. That's the evidence that I said points to it being highly improbable of natural origin. You can't get
Okay.
a fear and a cleavage site. Just so you know, a cleavage site is literally they spliced together in what's called a chimera. So it's like a chimera from the things, and it's a chimeric virus. So it's literally like they're staring at a virus that's been copied and pasted together and going, that doesn't look natural. You don't get that in nature. You don't get chimeras of this type in nature. I don't know if you get chimeras at all. But Dusky, the ultimate source is U.S. Right to Know, who filed the FOIA request and fought the legal battles to get them. And they're still fighting them. They've redacted, some of them are redacted to
Well,
hell
this
and back.
email seems to put Fauci in a good light, as far as I can tell.
I'm gonna be right back. Hold on.
Yeah. The question is, why are there redacted pages about the origins of COVID? Why are there redacted emails?
There could be
What
many
is it
reasons.
that they
I don't
need?
know.
Yeah, what?
I know when the redactions, it'll actually give you a code and it'll tell you why it was redacted. So sometimes it's personal and private information, and sometimes it's just sensitive information, which
Yeah.
that
Or
might
embarrassing.
actually hold something, which the private information might just be personal stuff from the people.
Mm-hmm.
But
when they're blocking like the whole email, it's
yeah.
Like, yeah.
Is there a code for people being afraid of being held accountable?
Yeah, exactly. And nobody's asked, but if somebody were to just put me to the test of like ask me what do you think happened, I think that it's clear that Obama administration put in a ban, gain of function research. A bunch of people came out, and then Anthony Fauci didn't like that and reversed the ban, gain of function research. It was his department that did that. Him, but they did that during the Trump administration. And obviously they said, "Oh shit." I mean, there were people that warned that this was dangerous. This lab has a history of safety problems. This is clear negligence. I mean, this is the failure to oversee anything properly. And as a result, I think it would have been, he had an incentive to, as the person responsible ultimately for granting these monies, he was going to be held culpable to some extent.
Well, it seems like you're quoting Fauci in some parts, and then you're saying in other parts he's you don't believe him. So right now, Fauci is saying it wasn't the Wuhan lab 4 days ago. Or at least something that was published 4 days ago.
I don't really.
Oh no, This is 4 days ago. Yeah.
Or too much. What do you have to say on that? I'm alleging that he's intrinsically has a stake in the outcome. So, like, citing what he believes about isn't, I don't take that too seriously.
I mean, one of the last things he said in the last hearing was that he denounces the lab leak theory as a conspiracy theory. He's now saying that it's not just a conspiracy theory.
Yeah. He said
Well,
that he was
that's
clear on. Yeah.
that's fine. He's denounced it each time. What it is a different kind of issue.
No, he denounces the fact that it's just a conspiracy theory.
I
Yeah.
understand.
Yeah, he tried to say, "Oh no, it was never a conspiracy. It was never a conspiracy."
Gotcha. Okay, so is the summation of these emails here basically that they were kind of behind the door conversations going on, and that is sort of suspicious, and that they are talking. One of the things that I think I understand is that they're specifically talking to some expert who thinks that one of the functions or genetic sequences of the virus is suspicious and looks like it might be man-made or not typical of an evolutionary a sequence developed through evolution. Is that it? Is that a good summary there? Or
It's their earliest and first impression were of that there appeared to be efforts to falsify what had happened, including these very discussions. We can see from the email that it's clear that Christian Anderson didn't just make a simple mistake of words and say inconsistent. Meaning consistent. I think it's clear that given later on the email when he tries to cover it up, that there was an active cover up. And I think Dr. Redfield talks about this, where he says, I was purposely excluded as Anthony Fauci's boss and an actual clinical virologist when this guy can't spell furin cleavage site, doesn't know the first thing about virology, but they exclude the CDC director, who's a clinical virologist and one of the best in the world, from these discussions because they knew how he felt. I think
Gotcha.
that's all circumstantial, powerful circumstantial evidence.
channel conversations. Okay. So emails. Gotcha. Let's see. Where was that? Let me just make sure I'm not missing anything. Is there anything else to be gained from the emails apart from what I wrote? Or I mean, this is basically what I wrote about it.
About the bad woman?
Yeah. I think not all of them were experts, right? So, and officials.
The shifting narratives, the initial concerns. Did we talk about the funding and the conflicts of interest?
Is this all in the emails or is this different stuff?
It should be, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But it would just show the EcoHealth Alliance stuff. You're probably, I don't know if you're already familiar with that, but.
Nope.
Okay, so we were funding what's called the EcoHealth Alliance by Peter Daszak, who is like a friend, I guess, of Fauci's, who tried to then insert himself into the WHO origins investigation and was removed. forced to remove himself due to being at the center of what is being investigated. That was shown in the emails and things like that. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it from the emails, other than the suppression of alternative theories. The decision, they actively seem to seek to suppress the lab leak hypothesis. Dr. Anderson discussed the importance of not promoting lab leak hypothesis to avoid fueling conspiracy theories.
And that's in the emails too, or is that something different?
Yeah, that's in the emails.
Okay. Is there any way
Here, I'll
to?
send you.
Okay.
Yeah, here I'll. This is the source that came up. Should be here.
This right here.
The one that I just posted. Yeah.
American scientists misled Pentagon on research at Wuhan Institute of Virology. Okay. To conduct high risk. In Wuhan under lax safety standards from the Pentagon the year before. Okay. And this is something that Fauci was involved in?
I'm checking.
Okay. Clearly shows her.
I think it was Anderson. It's just Anderson saying it's important to not promote, conspiracy theories or whatever. Did Fauci
Called diffuse, called for synthesizing spike proteins with furin cleavage.
No, Jordan.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. Oh, that's the, okay, yeah, that's the photo. I'm just going to copy and paste this for now. I'll look through it later.
So, like, all in all, what is your confidence level now on each hypothesis?
Are you asking me or somebody else?
You, yeah.
I'm not confident either way. Yeah, I think.
Like 50-50.
Yeah, I would say that. I mean, to me, being honest, the only, like, the most convincing thing that I've heard is the information from the FBI. And that being some type of thing to consult. And then also the source that you saw that I shared earlier, not really specifying how consensus was formed. So it's, I don't, I'm always, for now, I'm like, I'm interested in consensus, and I'm not really clear what the consensus even is. This other stuff has been.
Do you think it's politicized?
Yeah. I think lots of stuff is politicized. I think evolution's politicized, even though it's clear what the
Like consensus is maybe not great if things are politicized, right?
if there is a de facto consensus, yeah, I guess there has to be some type. I'm going to assume that there's some type of consensus because it was in a reputable medical journal, and that is incorrect. Then it, to me, would indicate that with consensus you want to avoid leaning on consensus too early. Yeah, but no, to me, yeah.
Do you know who the Lancet put in charge of their COVID-19 response team?
No.
They put in an economist named Jeff Goldblum or something. I don't know.
Jeff
I don't remember his
Goldblum.
name. They put some fucking economist in charge that I was citing him as supportive of the lab leak hypothesis. He came out and said he believes in a lab leak. And then somebody else went, well, who actually is this guy? And I said, it doesn't matter. He was appointed by the Lancet to be the COVID-19 response team. And they said, he's a fucking idiot. And I looked into it and I'm like, yeah, he's a fucking idiot. He's not a doctor. So the Lancet put a fucking idiot.
Yeah, you know, and again, this is just the fullness of the conversation for me. These things happen a lot. You know, like Lancet, the Lancet is also the journal that published the link between vaccines and autism, right? It's like these things do happen.
They are considered one of the best.
Yeah, I think even today that they are. But my point is that happens even with the best. It's like, you know, if we look at the best athlete and it's just like that athlete fumbled the ball, it's like, yeah, athletes, they're great. They're not perfect. You know, and I'm not saying this is to dismiss your information. I'm just putting it in a larger context for me. Like, it's like, yeah, it sounds like it was a mistake.
Yeah, that's my point.
Regarding the FBI thing, I put it in the document. They counted 6 government organizations that had relevancy of opinion about the COVID lab leak. And it's not just the FBI. There's 2 out of 6 have gone over to the plausible version of lab leak. I put it in the document. It was like Department of, not Defense, but
Energy.
something similar.
I think energy.
Yeah, energy might have been. Yeah.
Yeah, and the FBI also apparently they don't share all of their intelligence. So like the FBI has said that it has some intelligence that apparently like the other departments don't have or something. I don't know if that's right, but it seems really.
Yeah, I guess some other questions I would have regarding that would be, you know, how often does the FBI publish reports on these things? Like, is this the only report that they've published? What is the FBI's official position on it right now? Does anybody know?
I think this is the latest report from them.
Gotcha.
Yeah, FBI was of the 2 organizations that thought it plausible. FBI had a moderate inclination that it was the true thing. The Department of Energy was still more on the undecided part, but it clearly states that FBI is more on the certain part of the 2. Yeah.
I believe that a lot of these KSAs. Okay, hold on. I've even forgotten where it was. Another comment. Okay, all right.
By the way, I love Jeff Goldblum. I would trust him with anything.
Is he an actor? Did I get him wrong?
Yeah, he's the actor from Jurassic Park and various.
I knew.
But he's amazing, so I'm glad you mentioned him.
I knew I confused him with somebody. Like Jeff Goldblum. He's just like, what the fuck did I do?
I felt like you said economist and then you just chose a random Jewish sounding name. Yeah. Well, I was like,
comment on the document.
Sure.
I think the other guy might be Goldberg or something. I don't know.
Yeah, if somebody can get me the source talking about the cleavage site, The furin
How do
cleavage
you
site.
how do you write this word? Like I've been trying to look
Yeah, I
it
tried
up, but
Googling as well, and I got very interesting but different results.
like I don't know what I know how it sounds, but I don't know
You
how
talking
to
about
write it.
cleavage site?
I'll split
Yeah.
your cleavage.
Oh
site.
yeah, that's because I know the word in biology, but I don't know it in this particular context.
Yeah. So sorry, you're looking for where who was talking
Yeah,
about?
is it because it's not cited here?
I
Well,
just
forget
included
that.
them.
Yeah. Oh, you okay?
Thank She's a godsend. Thank you.
I'm sorry to be
trying.
contacting you. Okay, so this is Christian Anderson. Okay. To Anthony Fauci. Okay. As I know you've and who is Christian Anderson? Can you remind me again?
Let me look it
Yeah,
up. I can't remember.
he's the guy that Anthony Fauci first contacted to ask about what he thinks about this virus, his
Gotcha.
genomic sequence.
Okay. Does anybody know his credentials?
Yeah, he's at Scripps University and he's one of the world's leading virologists.
Gotcha. Okay. Sorry to be contacting you, as I know you're okay, including a vaccine.
I want you to note that he doesn't say like, "Oh, we're not sure, like we can't tell, but it looks this way." He gives a pretty definitive fucking answer. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
I think he says 50-50. At a 0 to 100, I'm 50-50 on this.
That's later. That's not the first one.
Yeah, and all of his
This is after there's a famous meeting where Fauci's directing it
See the
when
email.
everybody changed their position. Everyone did a 180 after that email. After that meeting, sorry, the one that Redfield was excluded from.
and all of his Christian Anderson's, all of his like credentials or whatever are actually a part of this email. On that first page, you can see professor, director, vice president of this. You can see all those things.
To investigate likely hypotheses. So in this one, he's only saying 50-50?
That's the 180, I believe. The first email where he just says, I've looked at this and my team's looked at this and it does not look consistent with it looks inconsistent with evolutionary theory.
I just
That's
know
what
that
if
the
you're looking.
date he says that is on February 2nd at 6:53 a.m. But I've been trying to find that within here.
Okay.
And that was from
earlier.
Jeremy. That was from Jeremy Farrar to Francis Collins, and like Anthony and a whole bunch of other people are also included in that email.
I'll ask GPT to link to it and see if it does.
I feel like we should make Leanne and Ryan part of the official research team. We're pulling some weight here. I like it.
From Anderson to Fauci, saying the virus.
Do you take place with you? Wait, is there more to this? Oh, there's more, isn't there? Oh no, that is it.
Tons. There's like 24 pages, I think.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay.
Yeah, it's fun. But hey, and on the receptors, it's page 5. They
Okay.
actually talk about that spike protein thing.
Yeah.
And yeah, on page 5 they do that, and they can kind of see, like, I don't know what that's called, but basically the genetic sequencing of COVID and some other things. And basically, from what I understand now, it's been like a couple years since I looked this up, because this is all old news, but all these emails were released long ago. But basically, the polyfurin cleavage shape, they use this is like something that scientists use to be able to make this more adaptable to humans. So they'll use like viruses that are going around animals, and then they will try to make it sequence. They'll take out this little cleavage site, and then they'll insert something else that makes it more adaptable to humans. So it's a actual like technique that is used, and that's what they found in COVID. And that's why people are saying that this is not a natural like a natural thing
Right.
that happened or occurred.
And the chances of that furin cleavage site in that order occurring, they've like done the math on what that is, and it's very, very, it's like astronomically improbable or whatever
That's
for
like
that.
specifically like what gain of function. I mean, you can, I guess you can gain any type of functions, but that is
Yeah.
what you're doing when you're doing like the Wuhan
Yeah.
virology lab. That was like what they were funding to be able to create
Yeah.
vaccines and stuff to help prevent things like that.
Right.
Yeah, I think, one of the issues that I'm having with a lot of this, and this is good, thank you for doing a lot of this, by the way, but it's really hard. Like, this is not an orderly process right now, what we're doing, right? It's like one piece of information gets thrown out and then 20 pieces of information get thrown out, right? Kind of all at once. I understand, like, you both researched this a lot, so you have a lot to say on it. I'm just saying, for me, it's difficult because now
I can send you a link of a guy who did a really good job walking through everything. I
Okay.
was just trying to provide you with like, I don't know, like
I already did
non-biased
that.
stuff.
I sent him. I said, if you're gonna watch one thing, the U.S. Right to Know, Emily Knopp. But I want to watch what you have, Leanne, because I've
Are
only
you
seen.
familiar
Can we
with
just watch that?
Christian?
Is it beneficial to maybe just watch that right now?
Are
If
you
we could, yeah, we could. If you
Okay.
want.
All right.
Alright, I'll send the link I have, but it's an
Okay.
hour, so I mean it'll
Okay.
kind of put everything together, but I can send in the
Yeah.
chat if you want to
Yeah, I think
have
this is
that.
more condensed. But
Yeah.
just so you know, honest, or I forget, is it Quaid? I
Yeah,
forget.
Quaid.
You're not Quaid. Quaid. Oh yeah, you are Quaid.
It's Quaid
It's
Goldblum.
not
man.
gonna. Yeah, it's not gonna demonstrate. Like, there's no. If you're looking for the smoking gun beyond what I've alleged, I don't think that there's much more. Like, other than just they do go through the emails and the communications and how there's a lot of circumstantial evidence. Like when I've asserted that something's strong, circumstantial evidence, it's not going to be stronger than that. So I don't know how much benefit, like there's
Okay.
more of the same, but yeah, it basically goes over the emails, the reversals, how Anthony Fauci, he says that, tells him that this is inconsistent, and then all the, like, kind of how we were funding them, and then why Anthony Fauci would have incentives to not want it to be a lab leak, because he's the one that reversed the ban, and it's clearly negligent oversight because this is a dangerous laboratory, blah blah blah. So I really didn't think there's much more, but you can look through the summary there of it that I posted above, that's of that videos, and see if maybe that's worth it. But I just don't know, because there's nobody really disagreeing that these are like real emails. And I mean, some people think that it's a smoking gun, some people don't. I
Mhm.
don't know where you fall on that, because you could just say Christian Anderson took a second look at it and in the next coming days,
Yeah.
and to me, I'm like, that's ridiculous. It's clear that he consulted his team. He said that this seems inconsistent, and then there was a meeting with Anthony Fauci, and everybody did a 180. Somebody like me is going to say they're fucking liars, and somebody like you might say they could be honestly reconsidering as more information comes out.
Yeah, I mean, right now I'm just I'm agnostic. That's the position I ended up on. And I think that the thing that I've seen the thing that was most convincing to me, I don't know why it wouldn't, like, because I gotta be honest, all the emails and all that shit, like you were saying, it is circumstantial to me, and a lot of that. The only thing to me, if somebody was going to argue about this and really try to if they were really going to try to support a position, it would be the what is it called, the furin site, or the
furin cleavage site.
Yeah, the furin cleavage site. Yeah, to me, that's, how are we not just there? How are we not just at that? Why is that not just the focus?
Because you have to be a professional. I can't argue the furin cleavage site.
Yeah, but I can read that, and then I can read what other experts are saying about that. Yeah. Right? Like, to me, that is where it's actually at. Like, what are people saying about the genomic sequences? and what is that conversation? I can see what if I can listen to other experts who do have those skills talk about it.
So Quaid, what
Yeah.
would bring you from 50-50 to 60-40 in favor of the natural,
Yeah, I have two options. Well, there's three options at this point. So one would be that I become more confident in my own abilities to assess large amounts of information on my own and do that and just become confident and become confident that the side.
the other one,
Hmm?
the zoologic, the one with the wet markets.
Oh, what would convince me that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's not what I was expecting. Yeah, that would be. I think I would a few things there. I think two that I can think of. One is if enough time passes on this thing and there's still consensus and the consensus grows or is even stronger, that's still going to convince me at this point.
That will bring you further than the 50-50. Or would you
Yes.
do it like 60-40?
Yeah, it depends on how long it's been in the future and how many experts are agreeing with it, or what type of experts and what fields, blah blah blah.
So if nothing changes in the field, you'll become more strong.
I don't even know where the field's at. I have no clue where the field's at. I have one article saying that there's consensus.
Were you the one the other day? Go ahead.
Yeah, I have one academic journal saying that there's consensus, not citing any sources. I've heard people say that there are consensus. To me, this is being formed by some experts going to conferences and listening to their colleagues and saying a lot of colleagues think this.
Were you the one that was in the room the other day? Is that what you were debunking, where someone found an article that said 70%? Is that the one? Were you in that room?
No, I don't think so.
Oh. Okay, because somebody the other day did purport to find an article that said that 70%, and I'm surprised that you didn't cite that, because I assume you didn't.
No, if somebody send that to me, I mean, that's interesting. 70 isn't the strongest. 70 is like borderline, I'm going to dismiss it. I think 75 is... 75 to me is...
Yeah, that's fair.
Ryan,
Yeah.
what would convince you that it is not a lab leak?
I think if more information came out and some of the lab leak hypothesis people like changed their position, I think that would be like instantly very powerful to me. But like short of that, I think maybe if more evidence came out that like this furin cleavage site was like really, really like not what they're making it out to be, and then maybe if they, I guess also, I was gonna say if they found like the patient 0, but I don't think I would even. I don't know. Can they ever prove that? I don't know if they can prove that it's patient 0.
What about
very
have they actually ever figured out what animal it came from?
No.
Yeah, that would
Yeah, there's a
probably
few
help.
options.
Yeah, when a pangolin had sex.
Yeah, pangolins.
A pangolin had sex with Stan's dad or something. I don't know.
But I'm saying that would be like a key importance of knowing what that came from, because otherwise, how can you claim that it came from like zoonotic if you don't actually have the source of that?
Well, but they'll say there's been a lot of outbreaks that the original source has never been found, which I guess is true. So I could understand why they can't find it.
Like we found the
there's been the
camels, but we found
SARS.
bats.
Yes, some other SARS, they have not been found. The original source has not been found.
Okay.
But if you think about it, like it's kind of like finding a needle in a haystack, so I'm not that surprised.
Yeah, I think I would probably do more research on the cleavage site and see what other experts are saying about it. That would be something. The only other option for me is to become a virologist myself. That's the only other path that I see for potentially coming to a resolution on this one way or the other, would be to just become a virologist myself, which I'm not going to do. Or something in that range.
I have a question, Quaid.
Yeah.
Regarding the wet market theory, that is a plausible explanation. Do you know if you've had any sort of data or research supporting that theory that doesn't come from a Chinese organization?
Yes, I have.
Okay, cool. Because all I see when I Google this, it's always from the Chinese Center of Disease Control, CCDC.
Yeah.
About the wet market, and I'm like, it's a plausible explanation, but if that's where it's coming from, I think for me, there's more. A lot of this is anecdotal, and it's going to be up to interpretation. But for me, there's way more suggestions in the realm of the lab leak theory than it is
space. Sorry.
Okay. And then in the wet market theory, but yeah.
Gotcha.
But if you've seen some, not Chinese sources, that's good.
Yeah. Some of them are on the Wikipedia page. That's where I first started, and I remember there was. Let me go back to it. Let me see if I can, because I didn't do that yet. So, but I haven't done it to the other side fully yet. So it's kind of not fair because I haven't gone over. To me, I'm more interested in the sequence. Yeah, the genetic or genomic sequence.
Yeah,
you can come up here.
And the latest from the Scientific American says.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Hold on. Messy, if you want to talk about God, we are not doing that. Is that what you came up here for?
No.
Okay, so what's up?
Oh yeah, I just wanted to critique what user 41C was saying. He's putting a lot of his trust into the inferences he's making based off these probabilistic propositions, because we already know that they've come out going back on their word against the COVID vaccines, for example. So you can't claim that the constitution of the necessary and sufficient conditions for the inference that he's making about the COVID-19 origins are going to be like qualitatively identical, which is the claim that he's essentially making when he's saying that it's not the case that the COVID virus was made in a lab, right?
Okay.
So I just need him to give an account for the probabilistic inference he's making.
I was reading when you were talking, user. So
Well, I wasn't talking. I was talking more so to user
COVID lab leak.
No, this is. Hold on. This is directed at user. User, can you just repeat what you said, or?
41C.
I think the philosophy jargon jerk-off session was before this started, so I think you missed it, Messy. I'm sorry.
Hold on. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. All right. Anyway.
Yeah, moving on.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, let me go to available evidence suggests that Ragnar should remove that guy from the server. Why is that? Who brought him here? Let's see. Yeah, I was listening to one. Well, okay. I mean, to be fair, one of the sources that I was getting, it was a while back, and it was a virologist talking about studying this. Oh, I think I can find it. I think I remember where I saw it. Because I think it started in a Reddit thread. I wonder if I can look that. I wonder if I can find it. Reddit.com. I hate Google. I hate that this just takes me to. I'm sorry. I hate Yahoo. Let's see. Okay, yeah, my brain is. Reddit, let's see. Actually, now that I think about it, I think some of it is being informed by some research I was doing with people sending links and Reddit of COVID. Okay, so let's see. What is Slate? Okay, this doesn't look like a good subreddit. Well, maybe they have a link. Let me see. Okay, yeah, no, I'm not going to that. I know some people like Less Wrong, but I'm not going to go to it. I can't consider it credible for this. I'm sure it's acceptable for some things. Okay, this was posted here, but okay, all right. Okay, I don't care. Occurred. Okay, maybe science. I'm not going to be able to find it, damn it. Okay, wait. Spillover event most likely occurred between. Okay, so this is when it occurred. Okay, yeah, that's also useless. All right, let me go back to the... Because I think this was talking about... is this what you checked, user? When you said that you were finding things that were just... Did you get the sources from Wikipedia?
Come again? When I checked what?
You said that you found the sources that you found saying that it was from the wet market were from China, right?
Yeah, that was just me Googling a variety of scientific magazines. No, it's not Wikipedia. The latest was Scientific American.
Okay, yeah, because I think most of it remains scheduled.
The conclusion they made in April 12th, 2023 was the fact that they accept the presence of COVID within the wet market, but they found no evidence of it being evolved in the way that this sort of gain of function Hydra cleavage thing. Yeah, so they it stops short. Their investigation stops short of providing that they were infected and transmitted the virus to humans. So it's present in the animals there for sure, but they saw no evidence of it being able to be transmitted to humans. Yeah.
That was something that really convinced me of the other side, now that I think about it, of it being from the wet market. Let's see if I can find it. Because somebody was...
For me, it reads the opposite, yeah.
Well, because I remember them saying that... Okay, so I think this was one of COVID lab leak theory is dead. Here's how we know. Yeah, this, by the way, the conversation, if you don't know, it's basically news, but it is news done by relevant experts of people who study the thing that the news is about.
Yeah, that title is horrible. That
title
is
sure.
Very,
sure.
Activist-ish. Yeah.
Let's see. Let's even look at the credentials. ARC Australian Laureate Fellow. You know, as I'm a part of this journal, and they will not let you publish unless you've published in your topic. So that's as much. You have to have the degree to do it, and you have to actively publish on the thing that you want to talk about. Because I tried and they wouldn't let me publish something because I hadn't published anything on it, which is okay, fair. Oh, this is Edward C. Holmes. Okay, so I'm sure that's not going to be. I didn't know they were from Australia. Australia Laureate Fellow Professor, University of Sydney. Okay, we can ignore that. Yeah, because I think new research, is this just going to be a list of things? This is often where I try to get news on this information because they're more likely to cite information. Okay, see, now this is is this talking about? I wonder if this is talking about what's it called? Furine? Okay. I guess this isn't talking about it. Okay. Forget that then. I'm interested in, let's see, is this, yeah, Gorski. You said you did research on Gorski, user?
Yeah, I looked him up on Twitter, and I posted some screenshots. He's very active in combating like anti-vaxxers and sort of combating this whole lab leak theory. So I would put him slightly in the group of being a bit activistic in his role as a scientist. But other than that, I didn't find anything else.
Gotcha. Oh, I think I looked at this at one point too. As I have you been paying attention to these things? Okay, all right. Also claiming they had broken the coronavirus code. Let's just get to the meat. The idea that SARS-CoV-2 originated in the laboratory has continued to bubble under the surface. Okay. To redouble their efforts. When is this? Is there a date on this? Okay. It's a little bit before the stuff we were looking at earlier. We make Ryan do a masterclass. Chinese, okay. Is this going to be a site? I hate when sources don't cite things. Why would you? Or they cite themselves. Their investigation, okay. The report was frustratingly less than conclusive, okay. Early this year, the full report was published according to. There's no smoking gun proving a specific origin. What was this? This is 2021 still. Shown that the coronavirus most likely related to SARS are found in bats and pain. Okay. Suggesting that these mammals may be the reservoir. Okay. Okay. All right. Gotcha. All right. Let me go back. Scientists. Personally, I was over how they're literally. Okay, hold on.
I have a question for Ryan if you're there.
Yeah, I'm here.
Talking about like mandates, talking about like trust and like trusting in a consensus from a government body telling you like this is the best thing to do right now. I'm not sure if are you from the US, Ryan?
Yeah.
I think because Sweden and US we had very, very different ways to handle mandates during the COVID. Do you think, my question is this, do you feel that like I get that vaccines is a big decision to think about when it comes to a government mandate? Did you feel like the mask mandates were also a big point of contention for you? Because for me, like if my government says like, okay, everybody should wear a mask, I would probably be like, okay, cool, that's not a big thing. If you say so, I'll do that. It doesn't involve any sort of implication on my freedom of whatever. But like vaccines is another thing. But did you also take issue with the mask mandate is my question.
I only took issue with it when the evidence start to come out that it wasn't really effective. I think that's the only time when I started having an issue with it. And there's places that are persisting, like to this day. I believe the Bay Area is still making kids wear N95 masks, if I'm not mistaken.
Hmm.
I could have that wrong. Like it's fucking nuts. So, but yeah, but I don't have a problem with it. And legally, I guess as well. I don't have too much of a problem with it. I
It's
think
more
with
of
the
a
vaccines and stuff, like, yeah, if it's gonna be like it has to be a big threat that society is facing. And then I think their mandate, they can force people to get vaccinated. But yeah, I
yeah,
mean,
like a martial law type of real, not just the flu.
right.
That yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, something probably, if we're gonna just quantify it, something like 50% more dangerous than COVID
Yeah.
was, maybe. I would say they could strap you down and vaccinate you.
Yeah.
But or I mean, at the very least, they can very clearly say to everybody, we are deprioritizing unvaccinated individuals seeking medical treatment, and that's it. It's your choice, and you can live with the consequences because this is how we're allotting medical treatment.
Yeah. But you still make it a choice. You still make it a
Yeah,
conscientious decision on your liberty with your body.
yeah,
Yeah.
right. Because you're gonna have a lot of dead people if we start trying to forcefully vaccinate people. But I
Yeah.
think if there was a really really big threat, I think a lot of people would get vaccinated who don't.
Yeah.
There's still gonna be like 20% or something. Like it's probably still gonna be like a third of the people that weren't vaccinated now still won't. Only 2/3 will get vaccinated who wouldn't get vaccinated at the most. And I think 1/3 would just literally never be vaccinated. Maybe if they started seeing people like dying on TikTok or something,
Yeah.
it, you know, I was like,
Yeah.
oh, in this short, some more people die. Oh,
Yeah, because we never did the mask thing here in Sweden. We just did
yeah,
social distancing and like, please get vaccinated. That's all
yeah.
we did.
I thought that
Yeah.
was interesting because, like, I think it's if we were going to talk about consequential decisions, it sounds like there's somebody in the health administration that was like, oh, let's see if we can get away with this. Kind of like, because if you think about it, like, it's pretty risky. Like, and then I guess allegedly, if you compare Sweden's deaths per 100,000 to like the other Nordic countries, it's supposedly higher. Is that true? I don't know.
Ooh, there was so many back and forths on whether or not Sweden did the right thing or the wrong thing.
Yeah,
I don't remember, but I think
yeah,
yeah, I don't remember the latest. I know we got a lot of praise after the fact. A lot of other countries
yeah,
were like, we should have done what Sweden did.
right,
Yeah. But
right.
yeah, I don't remember compared to. I think you're right though. I think we had more per capita deaths than like Finland and Denmark and Norway and whatever.
Yeah, but you
All
also
those
have a
garbage
different
countries.
population. Yeah.
Yeah, and
That's
it's about age and
right.
how yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's I think the way that the Cochrane, when I started seeing the media come out and attack the Cochrane database, I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh my God, just because they said that the mask mandates hadn't been effective.
Mm,
Um, and I was like, if they can attack Cochrane, they can attack anybody because they are like, if you ask most doctors, like, what's the most respected, thing, they're gonna say the Cochrane database. Most of them,
yeah.
and it's just yeah to see the the media come out. Most of them, to their credit, didn't do that. They tried to play the game of like, the Cochrane database didn't say masks didn't work. That's a complete mischaracterization. They said that the mask mandates weren't effective, likely
Affecting, yeah.
because of those likely because of those shitty Republicans, right? And so that's the way that the media spun it to try to play both sides. Because at first, some pretty big players came out and like tried to just full on attack the Cochrane like database, and they're like, you can't do that. It's too respected. You know?
And I mean, yeah, I mean the masks. Of course, the masks work, but they don't work in a lot of ways that people thought they worked. Like a mask won't make you safer, but if you're gonna sneeze, you'd rather had your sneeze directed in the mask and perpendicular to your face. You don't want the sneeze to like go into the room. But yeah, it doesn't work the way a lot of people thought they worked.
Yeah, and I think unfortunately, a lot of the criticism I had was what they didn't concentrate on. Like, I think there's been pretty clear epidemiological evidence for a while that concentrating on telling sick people to not leave their house, like, is the most effective thing that you can do.
Yeah.
And we didn't do that. Like, I swear to God, I know so many people that were like, oh, I was wearing a mask, so I went out anyway.
Yeah.
Even though I was sick.
False sense of security that makes you take more risks than you should. Yeah.
Does Wikipedia put its sources before the information it's giving?
Well, that's a good question. I think after, right?
Yeah.
Or
It
where's the dot in the sentence?
It just gave me a source that does not at all say what the information
Yeah,
is
you're
saying.
right. The dot is actually before that reference. Yeah, the dot is always before, so it's probably for the sentence that comes after. No, look at the last sentence in that whole thing. It has a lot of quotations after the last sentence, so it needs to be after.
Yeah, it's not though. This does not say this. This source does not say this or support this. In fact, it supports
Probable animal origin.
Yeah, but if you click on it, am I clicking on the wrong? No, that's the right one.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is not saying that. This is saying that it should be reclassified as not zoonotic.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Are you saying
You're the only
Wikipedia-
guy that actually checked the source.
Yeah.
That's the funny thing.
Look, one guy.
Yeah, and I don't usually go about correcting. I've never tried to submit a request for.
You should call somebody. Definitely. You should send an email to Fauci.
Yeah.
Can
Okay.
you see who quoted? Can you see like a list of who added that?
I think there is a way, but I forget how to do it. So
This is probably like a locked article or something.
some scientists dispute this classification since the natural reservoir hasn't been confirmed. Or maybe I'm just misreading it. I'm not misreading it, but maybe what they probably did was, yeah, there's probably something in this article. Here, let me just do a.
I mean, it is talking about the thing that's quoted, but you're saying that they come to the complete opposite conclusion?
Yeah, they're arguing for a reclassification.
Of what?
Of it being zoonotic.
Oh.
So they're arguing for it being not classified as zoonotic.
Yeah, they're arguing for it not being classified zoonotic. Yeah.
Okay, guys, it's 100% confidence right now. It was from a lab. There's no doubt.
Okay, let's go. Case isn't okay.
User 41C, you're a Sam.
Oh Jesus! What did you do, user?
I don't know. I just said something apparently. The troll.
Oh no, that's just the same guy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He was kicked off pretty quick.
I gotta find there.
He just left the server.
Okay.
Oh. They made him leave the server.
Wow.
Means
I'm a
I'm-
target now. I feel honored.
Yeah.
I do have to. There is one source that I remember reading a while back about them. A virologist that sequenced it and was explaining why it was zoonotic, but I have to remember what that source was. I can't remember.
And then did we solve what Dusky posted, the survey by that institute? He claims, or they claim to have that the source, the survey of experts that I was referring to. I've opened it up and I don't know much about that institute. To be honest, I don't know much about them, but I don't see an immediate reason to like disprove them or something. I don't know. I don't want to take you away from whatever you're doing.
Okay.
An honest, aka William Snell, convicted of a domestic violence.
Ragnar, we
on-
have we have a troll thing, so Inter needs to be banned as well, Ragnar. There's
Was he trying to make it look like he was convicted of
he
domestic
just joined the
violence?
server.
Jesus.
Ragnar, there's a group of people from the politics server joining just to talk shit, and yeah, honestly, like threaten people in here. So should
Yeah,
be wary
please
of people
ban
joining
him.
at the moment. Yeah, I was the third person that came from politics.
Yeah. It's all the same guy though, right? Yeah, it's just
it's
his
the
alt
same guy,
accounts.
just creating new
Yeah.
accounts or whatever.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, I think Ragnar's getting a good workout probably, so it's all good. It's all healthy. But he was that guy. He focused you now, Abe.
Yeah, I know. But it's probably because I
Like,
banned him the
heard
second time.
Panic in user's voice for a second, and I was like, did he just accuse him of domestic violence?
Oh, something. Probably accused you of funding gain of function research or something like that.
Right.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Cool. What do you feel, Quaid? Is this? Do you have a lot of more energy doing this, or?
I have an endless amount of energy for it.
Wow,
But
Ryan is fueling you, huh?
no, it's just what I do, with these types of topics. But
Sure.
I gotta find, but I am I'm at an impasse here because I'm gonna end up looking for the source that I found. Here, let me just
Well, I think if Dusky's source is true and it's being cited by Nature, then you could probably just end your whole analysis and just say it's zoonotic origin.
where is that?
Based on your criteria. It's in the chat. I think they posted it earlier. It seems to be a survey of relevant experts, and I think it's something like whatever they said. Did you say 73% or something, Dusky? I don't know. But like, I'm just gonna make the argument, right, that they didn't get all the relevant information.
Yeah.
That they aren't, that they weren't apprised of the knowledge, that they were wrongly. And I think most people, I'm just gonna say how I think that on a probable cause standard, more people would agree than not that these guys did do bad. Like, it's not cool what they did, not disclosing. It probably was purposeful. It probably was the fact that they were intentionally trying to steer and anathematize. I think most people are going to agree to that, and maybe even you. I don't know, but that it's not going to resolve the final issue. You know what I mean? That's why I'm just lost. Like, you seem to have a standard, which I applaud you for. I don't yet have a standard. Like, my standards kind of just like look at everything and give everything its due weight in that context, and that's really as close as I can get. I can't just go, okay, 70% believe, so therefore, whatever. But I think you said that was low, so we might end up agreeing. Because I mean, I might say, you have 90% agree on something, I'm gonna just go with them. That's probably true for me. Like, no matter what I research, if it's like 90-10,
then I'm probably just going to defer to the experts. But
Yeah, it
you know,
happens.
even
It
that,
happens a lot in fields. It's happened too many times. Like it has to be a pretty strong consensus because, I mean, it makes sense. You have a bunch of experts that disagree with each other, even if it's like 70-30. It's like 30 is still a substantial amount of experts to disagree. It's a lot of expert
we might
disagreeing.
agree. Yeah, we might agree more than I had previously thought. Because I mean, I thought 70 would be considered pretty good consensus, you know. But no, I mean, I agree with what you're saying, which is that it's not good enough
But
to
wait,
really for your average player. Yeah.
those 30, would they have to go against the narrative, or would they have to just say we're neutral? We cannot
Either
put
one.
this at
Yeah,
this
I
point?
Either one. If they can't reach a conclusion.
If they can't affirm it.
Yeah. Yeah, if they can't affirm it, then it's
What would it be something like 80, or you said 75? 75. Like
yeah, 75 is usually where I start. Yeah, 75 is usually where I start. But that's not it again, that's still gonna be I'm on that side, but I'm not like as strong, you know. It has to be over 90 before I'm like, okay, I would put a lot of money on this thing type deal.
Okay. Yeah, I think I could probably say if it was over 90, I'd probably just, as long as I know that they were asked the question, the methodology, it has to ask them the question, is this something you've looked into pretty significantly? Because otherwise it's just people answering based on what they think. And you know, my dad's kind of been on the other end of that and been like, I'm not going to answer this. Like, this is crazy. You know, I haven't really looked into this at all. It's like, why are you asking?
Yeah, I am gonna thank you for that, Dusky or Dusk. Is it Dusk 1? However you say it. I'll look into that. I mean, this is interesting. Yeah, this is usually the stuff that I
77. Yeah.
but I haven't.
See, Dusky, the better thing for me to do, because you're not on stage, would have been to pretend like you didn't post that because everyone forgot. But I just want to point out how amazing I am, and that
Very
I would
fair.
let that happen.
Yeah, fair, very fair. Yeah, I think between that and then I do, like, part of me just wants to let it go and just see where it develops in the field. I'm gonna read this to see what the exact numbers are, and then to me, the genetic sequencing, from what I've seen, is gonna, if the smoking gun is gonna be anywhere, which doesn't seem like it is, seems like it's gonna be there.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, but won't that just go to background, like priors of, they'll say like, oh, well, who's to say 1 in a million is common when we're talking about viruses? I mean, there's trillions and trillions of mutations of replications. So of course a mutation that's 1 in a million is going to be left, right, and common. I could take 10 samples and say, look, there's 10 new 1 in a million, you know, viruses or whatever. So I think a lot of that is going to come to like priors that they probably don't agree on, of course, and maybe have insufficient evidence. And then if they have insufficient evidence, really, what is the expert? Like, at what point is it just a guy like just deciding based on everything he knows, which he says is incomplete, severely incomplete, just saying, I think it's this, you know?
Yeah, and there are like different methods to like figure this stuff out. Like, again, I think whatever the report on science and technology was, like, again, they looked at people, like, you had to have published an article within like a certain time frame. You have to be actively publishing to be considered an expert that they were going to pull on it. You had to have the relevant degree and be actively publishing.
That's good.
Yeah, so, but that was for climate change. That wasn't for this. That was for something else.
I know we've been talking. Have you been able, because I haven't been able to really analyze, put it through ChatGPT, but I don't know if you've had a chance to, I know we've been to look over that PDF.
Are you talking about putting the things through ChatGPT, or are you saying ask ChatGPT?
No, no, no. I'm asking if you've had a chance to read the thing that you have open, or not read it, but to
No,
like form any conclude. Okay.
no, I haven't. No, I'm trying. Like I was trying to figure out what this chart meant right here. Like this was the one that I was trying. I was like, are these
Yeah.
percentages right here? Is it
So
78% of epidemiologists
yeah.
who participated in the survey? The survey included researchers and practitioners in fields that would allow them to have a reasoned, knowledgeable scientific opinion on the origin of SARS-CoV-2. These primarily included virologists and infectious disease epidemiologists. Blah blah blah. Okay. It's drawn from 6 regions, so different regions. I like that shit. Let's see. In order to minimize the potential effects of institution, as well as any risk of monitoring and retaliation. Okay. All right. Ultimately collected useful data.
Oh, it's only 168 participants.
Yeah. Yeah,
Is
it's not nothing, but yeah,
that
that's a
problem?
smaller amount.
Is it?
I mean, you have to
And then
consider it in terms of how many epidemiologists and virologists there are, which are thousands.
yeah. Well, and then do I have? I think I could have a case for striking the epidemiologists because this seems to be a highly complex question, more pertaining if the origin story is true, it's no question that that's a virology question, not an epidemiology question. Although to be done in consultation with the epidemiologists, but there's no question that I believe an epidemiologist doesn't understand. If you ask them, tell me about chimeric virus, they say, I have no fucking clue. I can't tell you the first thing about a chimeric virus. That's not what I do. I'm an epidemiologist. I don't. This is not what I do. So I need to double check that. I'll ask around. I know a couple of epidemiologists, but I don't think they do viral. Like, is there viral epidemiology? I don't.
Well, they have to know something about virology. I don't know how much, but they
Of
would have
course.
they would
Yeah,
have to
yeah,
know
yeah.
something. Yeah, but I mean, to
No,
me,
of course they know about virology, but not. You see what I'm saying?
yeah.
Not about labs and that's really like, wow, you're really getting into a subspecialty of even, I think, of virology, isn't it? Like, it's not like every virologist is out there like splicing and
Yeah.
dicing,
I have
viruses.
a
This is like,
question. I was kind of reading that paper, and it said that they preserved their anonymity during the survey. So does that mean their anonymity was not preserved afterwards? So like
Let's see. I
what
think that
they
was.
voted on was later released?
no, it probably shouldn't be. It couldn't be because that would hurt the field or whatever. They wouldn't approve it.
Oh, that's for a different area. Yeah.
Thought it was weird that they said during the actual survey they preserved their anonymity.
Yeah.
Dude, what part was that?
It designed it. It was saying your answers are private, but you are not private to us. So your answers are private to everybody, even the interviewer. But who you are, because we have to pay you, they pay them. So who you are is not private in that you participated. But it's private to the world. Like, there's not going to be a list of the participants. No way. Does that help?
Yeah, I'd like to see that's the case.
Right.
Yeah, as
I
long as
think
that's
your
the case.
intuition is good there.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in that field and you want your grants funded and the consensus is a thing, you probably don't want to go against the consensus.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I do believe that this reflects those participants' views. I mean, because unless I'm not
just saying for like. Oh yeah, no, I'm not saying that they weren't not reflecting their views. I'm saying maybe you don't want your views reflected if it doesn't.
Yeah.
Is it in line with the consensus?
Yeah,
to your
exactly,
job.
exactly. Well, and like I said, I think it's a real problem that Anthony Fauci's name is on 90% of the grants
Yeah.
given for this kind of a thing. It's not a problem in that he did anything wrong. It's a problem for us in, investigating.
Well, yeah, I mean, the first thing that came to mind was like, yeah, I remember I'm a licensed esthetician, and I remember learning about like essential oils and stuff, and they have all these certifications on them. And then I looked up, like, what do these certifications mean? Oh, they don't mean anything because they're certifications that are created by the people who make the actual thing. So,
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
anytime that
Right.
is the case, I'm probably not going to trust that source.
Yeah. And even that gets complicated because, like, I'll bring up linen as a random example where the European Flax Growers Association is one that certifies European linen. And I mean, is it true that that linen that you're going to get with that certification made in Europe is better on average than ones that don't have it? Yeah, probably. I mean, in my opinion, from what I've seen. But yeah, it's like you said, it's created by them. But
Yeah, I mean, I would have to
yeah,
see like outside testing. I wouldn't believe
right.
anything like that because if there's a monetary incentive, then
Yeah.
that's a compromise. Like that would not be in court, you know.
Sure. It would be brought up. It's a statutory factor for people to consider. Like, does the witness have anything to gain? It's like spelled out to the jury. You can consider factors like whether they lied to you, whether they have an incentive to lie, whether they gain anything from the outcome of the case, whether they have a stake, all these things.
Yeah, and generally I like my people to be not compromised.
Right.
Yeah, well, I think the way that I've talked about this before is like, what does that look like? What does it look like to not at all be compromised? Like it's
Yeah, I mean, I think generally I'm thinking about money, keeping your position. If you're getting grants funded, and I mean, like this is kind of like even political stuff. Anytime you're having super PACs or anything like that,
Yeah.
Like I'm completely against that because that's how people are bought out.
Yeah, but if I can, so for instance, there's been so there's a problem of colleges being funded by the governments, right, getting grants for research, right, and then people having to pay those pay for that research, right, even though us as a public we've paid for it. So it's like we try to come up with a solution, but the solution is open access, right? And open access, so it's just like, what does it look like when there are no incentives? Like, what does that system look like? I think is not something I've ever heard answered.
When there's no incentives to do what?
Teach? When there's no, I'm sorry, when there's no bias, when there's just no influence, no, like how do you accommodate to make sure that anybody who's researching anything has zero biases? It seems like an impossible task.
There's no such thing as zero biases.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, I'd imagine you could find people that aren't paid by NIH. You could find people that aren't a part of the EcoHealth Alliance. And like anybody that was a virologist or an epidemiologist in those fields, if we know, like, if you work for a company who pushes a narrative, and you know that going against that narrative is not going to get you favored, you're probably going to go against that narrative if you want to put food on the table for your family. So, and yeah, I mean, so I would try to find epidemiologists. Like, I guess I'd be interested in knowing, like, these virologists and these epidemiologists that are part of the study, where does their money come from? Are they, do they have money coming from those sources? If so, I don't know.
Well, we don't even know. Maybe the grant was only given because they submitted a proposal that seemed to support, right? That's also happens where the grants are only given to who they want to give them to.
And when somebody said you could find non-NIH, that is very difficult. I believe 90% of the scientific research that's done, the primary research, is funded by at least in part by the NIH. And private industry really only comes in as a secondary research to take the icing, off the cake and to patent it and all that. But, I don't know that much about it. That's what I've been told. Maybe
Yeah.
that's a liberal politicized position that I've been given. But I just want to say that I think we can ask for people, because it's so hard, right? People always have bias. Bias is not the problem. It's like conflicts of interest that's a problem, like explicit, very explicit things that are a problem, because I agree, we can't rule. Everybody's going to have an opinion. Everyone has a bias, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a very complex issue. This is like, in terms of measurement, like pick something that you agree with scientists on and say, what is somebody who disagree with this? Are they going to be able to find bias or incentives? And the answer is yes, right? Like if we take evolution, which I'm just going to assume a lot of people here accept, then it's like, if you ask a fundamentalist Christian about this, they're going to say that obviously if you don't believe in evolution and you're an evolutionary biologist, you're going to have every pressure in the world not to publish things going against that narrative. So then it's just like, well, then maybe we should just throw that out then. It, to me, is not the answer. You just got to accept that, yes, that's an issue, but that's an issue for everything and everybody. Everybody belongs to groups.
Yeah, and we have no problem. I have no problem with people having a pre-existing opinion, and their methodology can be criticized in due course. That's not an issue. But the existing professional ethics have to be followed, and conflicts of interest have to be disclosed. And, in the case of Ed Holmes, I don't know as much as with the other guy that was explicitly being funded or funding, and Dazik as well, who's a friend of one of them, and is, and has been working with them. So, and I think that's the issue, is when it's professionally and in some cases criminally irresponsible, as they're now going to find out about the FOIA laws, and we're going to come after them very hard because you don't get to skirt FOIA.
Oh shoot!
That's it.
Well, I didn't see what you claimed for Holmes. When I looked him up, it didn't seem like this great conflict of interest.
Well, I don't
He
think
wrote a
that you
paper.
necessarily looked into the nature of that paper and
Well, I looked
what
for
it
20
was.
minutes. I didn't find that many links. That's the problem. I looked for 20 minutes and
Okay.
I found only one
Yeah.
link, which
So
is not,
if,
for me, that in itself is suspicious, because I go by consensus. If there's just one link, it may be true. I'm not saying it's not true when I
okay,
just find one link, but it's too early to tell. It's too early for me to actually spend my time researching it, because it hasn't bubbled through the change yet.
Yeah.
And so anything I would
mean,
do would be premature at that point, because it's like, I
yeah,
don't know. What do I know
it
about
has
virology?
bubbled in, but unfortunately, Google is suppressing your search results, so you literally can't find what it is that you're looking for. So, like, I'm not surprised that Ed Holmes doesn't come up, but then I'll give people the articles and they're like, how did you find this? I'd be like, because Google isn't going to show it to you. Just like YouTube wouldn't show you a bunch of stuff. I mean, this is not conspiracy. That's a fact,
Well, Google does have an algorithm. There's no doubt about that. But I asked you for a link and you didn't send me one. So all I can do is search.
I did.
There's
I
no
posted
special
it in the
way.
chat. I posted the Australian. I think it was from the
It didn't go,
Australian.
yeah. And then I did a search on that page. The word Holmes was not mentioned once in that article.
I think you
That was
found
about
it somewhere else.
What I found was one sentence that said, yeah, he did some research with some guys who worked at Wuhan. And
Okay, the name of the article here, I'll just find it. The name of the article is Ed Holmes claims he forgot, something like that. Claims he forgot that he did. That was what he said.
That was behind a paywall. I did find
that's the one. That's
I
the one.
can't look at something behind a paywall.
Well, you can. I told you how. I said go to archive.ph and you'll be able to just put in the link and then you can read it. So I did just send you something, Leslie, and here you are for like 10 minutes. Like you didn't send me, and I did.
Archive. Well, look, I'm looking at the chat right now. Where
Yeah.
I'll
I'm
look for
not gonna
archive.
find. Now you get to scroll up. I'm not gonna scroll up for you now and find it because you didn't want to click on
Okay,
it,
I did
Leslie.
scroll up 3 times. I'm not claiming I did.
All
There's
right.
just.
All
I
right.
thought I clicked on everything, but maybe I didn't.
I'm not trying to be
That's a
unpleasant,
possibility.
but I'm a little frustrated. Understandably.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Ryan, you haven't sent me anything, so I'm allowed.
Well, it's also I can't do a search on it either. So if I do Control F, it doesn't even go there. I don't like that.
Yeah, this Discord
Right.
search
Cool.
is not great, unfortunately.
Really?
There is one archive. That's Anthony Fauci. That's the one that didn't go there. Archive.ph/JQ402 did not. That's the one I already searched. But maybe there's another one here you're saying?
Yeah, 1 second. I'll just find it. I'm trying to find it.
That's the New York Times. That's YouTube. That's YouTube.
Here you go. He said he had
Okay.
he said a bad memory was behind the reason he didn't disclose he was on a paper submitted along with
Great.
the
Go
Wuhan
ahead and
Institute of Virology.
can you put the link in the chat?
Yeah, I haven't read it. Just disclosure.
Okay. Can you put the link? I'll just look at it myself then.
Yep.
While she's doing that, I think we at some point, Ryan had talked about the paper, The Proximal Origin of SARS-CoV-2. Did you have things to say about that? I forget what it was exactly you were saying about that.
Yeah, just let me pull up my DMs to you to refresh my memory. I think there wasn't much other than 2 of the people there had undisclosed. One of them for sure, very inappropriately and undisclosed. The other, I guess, arguable, but he was involved with publishing a paper that was published at the Institute. I suspect people can make arguments. You know, they could say, well, if your name is one of 100, then it's not a big deal,
Oh,
you know,
I
or
see.
whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, but this.
Go ahead.
He forgot his name was listed on a January 2018 paper about the coronavirus with a Wuhan virologist, a former postdoctoral student of his, and the paper was rejected by multiple medical journals and never published.
Mm-hmm.
That seems
Yeah.
understandable that he forgot.
Sure.
I don't.
Yeah, and that may be the case. The other guy, however, is.
Are you talking about Holmes?
That was Holmes, and then I think it's Lipkin. I believe Lipkin's the one that Emily Knopp says. I think, yeah, and if you're still up to it, I think that video now might be. I think it's like if we speed it up, it'll be like 20 minutes or something.
Yeah, and
because the end is just a lot of the video at the end is not. We don't have to watch. Like it's not a.
Okay.
Like a question or something and answer. So it's essentially like 20 minutes, kind of.
I will.
I don't like watching videos because you have to type in what they're saying and you don't know how to spell it, and then you have to go find it.
No, I have it. I have it. Hold on. I'm just
going. No. What I meant is the transcript. You have a transcript from the video.
Yeah, we can reassess. We can. Yeah, I do. I'll send you the transcript. Yeah, but it may not be perfect transcript. It's automatically generated transcript, but it might also be professional transcript.
Yeah, you've mentioned this already, right? But the Reason TV thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's from Reason
they have
TV.
some issues. I think they're conservative or something.
They're libertarian. Okay. Well, I mean, people would consider that conservative. Some would.
Yeah. Ugh. Well, I don't want to diss libertarians because I'm in the SC server, but I'll just leave it at that.
Most Americans have come around to
Can you hear that?
believing that COVID-19 originated.
Okay, now it's not.
Okay.
in a lab and not at a wet market in Wuhan, as China's CDC claimed in March of 2020. The former director of the CDC has come around to believing that...
What'd you say, Ryan?
It's going through you, so you gotta mute, I think.
It's going through, like, oh, you can hear it also on my mic?
Yeah, both.
Oh, crap. Yeah, that's just a headphones problem. That's it coming through my headphones.
Yeah, no worries. I think if you mute your microphone, it'll be
Okay.
fine.
All right.
Yeah.
It's
So-
Fox News publishing it.
That may be, yeah. It's not Fox News presenting the information, though. Emily Knopp is from the U.S. Right to Know. That's Ruskin. He's a liberal. It's the Political article is called "How a Liberal Convinced America That COVID Started in a Lab," and Ruskin is a
And Redfield is an expert too.
KN, I think OPP.
lab origin is more
Emily
likely...
Knopp.
Sorry.
You'll see her. You're gonna see her a ton of her talking.
You keep saying, you said Leslie Knope, right?
No, not Leslie. Emily.
Emily. Oh, okay.
Leslie
Okay.
Knope is the-
Gotcha.
Parks and Recreation, yeah.
Yeah.
I keep thinking of her though.
as has the former head of the Lancet Medical Journal's COVID-19 Commission.
But I chaired a commission for the Lancet for 2 years on COVID.
What?
I thought gold card. Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Is there
Yeah, what did you guys talk about? We talked about Jeff Goldblum and Leslie Knope. That was pretty much a whole discussion.
Yeah.
And Ryan yelled a bit, but that was it. Yeah.
Is this who you're talking about, Jeffrey Sachs?
Yeah. I was citing him, and then I looked like a fucking idiot because this guy was like, Jeffrey Sachs, he's the Economist, and I said, no. What, do you think the Lancet would appoint a fucking economist? And I looked it up, and I was like, yeah, the Lancet appointed a fucking economist. So I was pretty embarrassed. Because, I'll just blindly cite the Lancet, right? They're like the premier medical journal. I'm not wrong in that,
Okay.
right? But like, alright.
Yeah.
I don't have time to. If you want to.
I was wondering if there's a certain part I should go to or segment that I should look at. I'm not going to look at this part.
I think the beginning intro is going to be very short, and I think it's going to be needed. So it's just, I started, and I think we may like it, and then we can skip. I'll tell you where to skip. It'll be, I know the video, so we'll get through it. The end is
Okay.
not.
Gotcha.
I think, we don't have to watch the end.
All right, so we'll just watch the beginning here.
I'm pretty convinced it came out of U.S. lab biotechnology, not out of nature.
Journalists and scientists routinely dismissed the lab leak hypothesis as a crackpot theory up until the summer of 2021, when science journalist Nicholas Wade published an influential article and a viral rant by Jon Stewart.
The disease is the same name as the lab.
Pushed it into the mainstream. Up until that point, social media platforms had been removing or throttling posts that took it seriously. Anthony Fauci and NIH Director Francis Collins said it wasn't even worth considering the possibility that COVID could have originated in a lab.
He tells National Geographic everything about the stepwise evolution over time strongly indicates that this virus evolved in nature and then jumped species. Fauci added he does not believe another theory that the virus occurred naturally but was accidentally released into the public from a lab in China.
More recently, emails made public through the Freedom of Information Act have revealed that Fauci, Collins, and other prominent public officials took the possibility of a lab leak origin far more seriously than they were letting on.
Top virologists, sort of giants in this field, were looking at the genome and freaking out, basically.
Health reporter Emily Kopp works at the nonprofit U.S. Right to Know, an organization that has obtained thousands of pages of official documents and correspondence, some of which revealed an orchestrated effort by scientists to downplay the lab leak theory. They've also extensively analyzed emails obtained via a lawsuit by BuzzFeed, an organization that has obtained thousands of pages of official documents and correspondence, some of which revealed an orchestrated effort by scientists to downplay the lab leak theory. They've also extensively analyzed emails obtained via a lawsuit by BuzzFeed's Jason Leopold that reveal the huge disconnect between what health officials were telling the public and what they were saying in private.
I think this is a really important question and a really central part of this entire story that maybe is not talked about enough. The fact that so many mainstream publications have completely overlooked really key pieces of evidence in this story. And my theory, and I think about this a lot, is essentially that, health editors, the people who are making decisions about what to cover and what not to cover at major news organizations, at least when it comes to the health beat, are friends with Anthony Fauci. They've known him for, decades in some cases. And it's probably very challenging to examine the possibility that research funded by Fauci's Institute might have had unintentional consequences. And so essentially, I think, to put it very starkly, we see a lot of health editors and health reporters prioritizing a tidy narrative about Anthony Fauci over, providing the truth to their readers. And I think readers deserve to understand the full scope of possibilities when it comes to the origins of the pandemic.
COP has assembled a comprehensive timeline that lays out substantial evidence that Fauci, Collins, and a number of influential scientists misled the public. Whether or not the lab leak theory is correct, it's now clear that these public officials concealed their conflicts of interest with the Wuhan Institute of Virology and minimized their own roles in providing the government funding for the unsupervised gain-of-function research that may have led to the pandemic. Among other things, COP's research has revealed that virologist Christian Andersen wrote privately to Fauci that he and 3 other scientists thought that the virus that causes COVID-19 looked unnatural and inconsistent with expectations from evolutionary theory. Just 4 days later, after
that was 3 people, 3 of the top that he had. Holmes,
the virus that
yeah.
Okay, let me see.
That's pretty significant to me when 3 of the top people, their initial impression is a consensus. I understand that could be based on the same faulty information, but yeah.
Eddie, Bob, Mike.
If you're
I'll find the
talking, you're
Gmail.
muted, but
Oh.
yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, let's see. I should mention that after discussions earlier today, Eddie, Bob, Mike, and myself all find the genome to be inconsistent with... Okay, all right, gotcha. So those are the 3 people you're talking about?
Yeah, and these are supposedly, who these people, turn to in a crisis, kind of,
We should
and they
know
are. I mean, I'll
that.
just admit they are the top people in the world, probably. I don't know.
Gotcha.
What I can ask.
All right, I'm gonna finish this and then we can talk about it. And I think I'm nearing the end here anyway. So
Yeah, me too. I gotta eat dinner and stuff. Yeah. Okay.
causes COVID-19 looked unnatural and inconsistent with expectations from evolutionary theory. Just 4 days later, after participating in a series of teleconferences with Fauci and Collins, Andersen called the lab leak theory crackpot. Other emails revealed that Fauci knew that his agency was funding gain-of-function research with SARS-like coronaviruses in Wuhan by late January of 2020, yet he publicly denied it before Congress 18 months later.
Will you today finally take some responsibility for funding gain-of-function research in Wuhan?
Senator, with all due respect, I disagree with so many of the things that you've said. First of all, gain of function is a very nebulous term.
Have you considered going solar in Ohio, but afraid of the huge...
By the way, what a non-reply. Jesus.
Yeah, I don't know. I would have to think about it, but I hate ads. I put the ad blocker.
Price tag it.
I'm in the wrong server. Oh, yeah, I'm in the wrong
Attached.
browser.
Most people don't know this, but almost 100% of homeowners...
COP works for the nonprofit U.S. Right to Know, which is devoting significant resources to its biohazards project, with the mission of investigating the origins of COVID-19, the risks of gain-of-function research, and mishaps at biolabs where pathogens of pandemic potential are stored and manipulated.
At a certain point, I realized that this is, I think one of the most important health stories of our lifetime. How this devastating, earth-shattering pandemic that has affected billions of us. And
Okay. All right. Yeah, I think that those are the important bits. Okay. Yeah, I'm not. I have to say I'm not particularly compelled by some of the other stuff. Just because I think that we get into I'm really hesitant I try to be consistent about this, of like trying to discern people's genuine intentions. Like, unless I am like really, really clear. So I don't know why they would, for instance, them talking about it behind the scenes and then presenting a different conclusion to the public. That could, I think you've already kind of said this, Ryan, but that could be because they became convinced and they don't want to confuse the public by sharing information that they don't think is relevant anymore. Or, you know, information, whenever you're trying to like share information, you have to make decisions about what gets left out. And I understand some people are going to be like, well, why would you leave this information out? I don't, I
We're complicit.
I don't, and that could be,
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
yeah, and
jail for life by funding that.
Yeah, and again, that could just be because
No, I mean, nobody's going to jail. Actually, I think that's the sick thing, is that this isn't even the most that's at stake here is a reputation and a career, but with I think full retirement at this point for all of them, like full paid retirement.
Yeah,
and some of the highest salaries of our government. And I'm not trying to diss on Anthony Fauci, but he does make $450,000 a year or whatever. You know, which is fine. I'm fine with that.
yeah, I mean, but it could still be the case that it wasn't a lab leak, but they understand that it could still be perceived. It could be they still didn't do what they were supposed to, and then so they could technically get in trouble for it and didn't share it. Right? Like, to me, my only point is it's not the only option.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I guess if they were grossly negligent, I will just say I probably spoke way too soon, but if they were grossly negligent and a death occurs, that is a form of homicide, you know, or under our laws, or manslaughter. Talking about manslaughter or whatever. So maybe there is some criminal liability, but unlikely, you know. So
Gotcha. Yeah, so again, anything that's going to cause me to have to read into people's internal motivations, me personally, I'm going to avoid those things.
But okay, but but those things in the video, so you didn't think, it's basically what I said earlier, right? That so to you they don't help really at all?
No.
They don't sway you?
No.
Okay,
No.
but then could you be on a jury? Because like one of the statutory things you're supposed to consider is the back, like statements made against, you know, your own interests and what people benefit from and stuff like that. I think if you told the judge, like, I can't consider these statutory factors, I understand the analogy is not perfect because maybe you do something different in a criminal context. I'm not sure, but it's kind of like, do you think that that's a weird or like standard kind of?
I don't think I understand what you're saying, so I can't answer because I don't understand.
Okay. Do you think it's a weird standard that you have, like weird as in different than most, in that you say you don't want to consider like basically circumstantial evidence, which
Mhm.
is a very important form of evidence in our court system. Like,
Gotcha.
you can send somebody to prison on murder with only circumstantial evidence. You can.
Yeah, I would say that I have a bias against circumstantial evidence, so maybe I couldn't be on a jury, and that would be fine. But I will also say that, I mean, in terms of, you know, the reasoning process, that's like abductive reasoning. That's like the worst form of reasoning. So I think we have practical decisions to make. Sure, I try to avoid those in, I guess, more scientific things.
Yeah.
It's not that I won't conclude. It's not that I won't become convinced that somebody has like a specific intention or even emotion or feeling. It's just I do it in like very, very rare circumstances. Like you have to do a lot. Like user, you've heard this before, or if you've heard me speak to people, I come off as naive because to everybody else, this person is trolling, and I will not assume that they're trolling until like the strongest form of evidence that they're trolling has popped up. Like I just won't do it. Because to me, that's how a lot of people who are actually making good points get dismissed. So to me, it's just like, I think to your point, Ryan, one thing that you wouldn't have to work very hard to convince me of is that less than standard practices were happening here, and things that basically weren't happening happened, right? Like there was mishandling, however you want to put it. There were errors made on the parts of several experts. I assume that all experts make mistakes, but I know what these mistakes are, right? Like it's clear that the experts, that there are experts in these doing things they shouldn't be doing, basically.
Yeah.
It doesn't lead me to conclude that it was a lab leak. They could have a million different reasons for why they're doing incorrect things.
Now here's the question. If somebody asks you what's more likely based on the evidence, is their true belief? So in that, do they believe in their heart of hearts that it was their initial impression or what they said later? And like I said, one of the statutory factors is that we actually make special exceptions for excited utterances, right? For initial first sense impressions, where someone, and stuff like that, for a very good reason, which is we consider them to be the most reliable, and obviously people change their stories later on for very good reasons. If somebody was asking you, if gun to your head, what's more likely, what would you say based on this history of emails in the case of Christian Anderson, let's say? Does he really believe that it's not a lab leak or that it is a lab leak?
Yeah, you're not going to like my answer. I'm always predisposed to go with the most current statement made by the experts.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Because to me, in science, those things happen all the time.
Okay. Yeah. Now, what if later on they couldn't articulate what it is that changed their position? What if instead of saying, I changed my position because of the evidence, instead they say, oh, that was a misunderstanding. I said
Oh, okay.
it was consistent. Yeah, you see what I'm saying?
Well, there's two things. Yeah, because you've referenced one specific thing, right?
Yeah.
And that specific thing, I don't know. Like what was the word that you used? You said it was
inconsistent versus
consistent, right? And that's like 2 letters to me. Like and we also live in the age of autocorrect, so it's not far-fetched to me that could happen. If somebody can't explain, if they originally no, this is actually there's another part of this that is also very clear. They originally believed X, now they believe Y, and they can't explain how they got from X to Y. That is suspicious.
Right. Yeah, and I think we agree. So yeah, and if we agree, we'd get into the semantics of the email. If we just agreed that it was clear that it wasn't the case, that it was a mistake, and therefore deceit is involved. I think
okay. I have to. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I don't think you're the guy that says, I just take people at their word. I think you're open to saying, if I see a pattern of some fishy stuff, I'm going to say, and they seem to hold a stake and benefit. It seems to be, if I had to flip a coin, I can't convict anybody, but if I had gun to my head, I had to pick, I'd probably go with that there's some fishy stuff going on, right?
Yeah, but to me, even the statement "there's some fishy stuff going on" isn't. I don't know what to like. I can say that there's fishy stuff going on, what
Yeah.
that's the problem with fishy stuff is that it's
Well,
you
in
know.
this case, narrowly defined that they switched their opinion, that they actually believe that it was a lab leak.
Yeah, even narrowly defined in that context, it's okay. Let me go back to there was something else that you were saying that it was like, I can't remember what it is now. It's several things. I guess I'll just stick with what I was talking about. Yeah, when even in that context, I cannot. I'm not going to. I'll say something is suspicious, like it's like it's like is Drake a pedophile? Is Drake a groomer? Right? There is definitely something suspicious going on. Some people will argue with me all day that I am stupid and naive for not just saying that he is clearly a pedophile. When the reality to me is like he could be doing it simply because he's a famous person and he knows it's going to get traction for him. Like it's hard to it's fishy. I don't know what the exact intention is. It's not right. I don't know what that leads me to. Does that
Sure.
Yeah, that's kind of my point. It's just like we can agree that it's fishy. Why it's or what that means that it's fishy. It's just like could they have done this? Could Anthony Fauci? What actually happened was it didn't lab leak, but Anthony Fauci was still funding gain of function research, and he's just trying to do anything to get people off the topic, right? I don't know. It could be that. It could be that. I don't know. And now everybody's attached to Anthony Fauci, and I don't know what the conclusion leads to. It's just fishy.
Right.
I guess is kind of. Yeah.
You could also say that it's of my opinion that Drake is probably, given the circumstantial evidence, the heap of circumstantial evidence, he's probably a pedophile. I'm not going to act on it. I'm not going to state that as a fact. I'm not going to state that as my public opinion. But if you're asking me, yeah, that's probably correct in my mind. I'm not going to judge him on it. Of course not. He's guilty or he's innocent until proven otherwise. But you can still state like the circumstantial evidence is strong and it's pointing to it.
Yeah, I
still have an opinion. Yeah.
When we're talking about having an opinion or coming to something that's gonna like obviously get into like Bayesian probability, like that's what I go to. I don't just go with my gut instinct on these issues. I never do. I never will. It's always it has to be based off of Bayesian probability, and that is an actual process. So I would have to think about how I would put the components of this issue into that formula, and I haven't done that, so I can't say. Gun to my head, I would just die, I guess. Or I would just flip a coin. Because to me, I'm not going to say Drake is. I wouldn't say with Drake is probably a pedophile. I'm just going to say Drake's definitely, like, at least from the evidence, you can say there's a strong probability that he's a groomer. That's just because of what he's done. But in terms of pedophilia, it's like. Yeah, no, that's, but again, the issue here is, and again, this is not to, I'm explaining why I take the position that I do on this, because I've watched people do this with other fields they disagree. I've heard Christians talk about, oh, well, this scientist published in this article and he was being funded by this people and he mishandled this thing, and so now evolution is false. Or shouldn't you take the side at least that it's likely? And I'm like, no, I shouldn't. It's just people being fuckheads. Like people make
the COVID thing. You are taking a light acceptance of the wet market being the probable thing.
A light. No, I've already said that I'm at this point agnostic on it.
Yeah, you mentioned that a couple of times, but yeah, I feel like this whole conversation has been a cementation of you being on the wet market and not accepting.
Yeah, that's where it started.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where I was originally. Yeah, it's like, and I do have to say, like, I guess, I don't know if this is a summary portion of this now, but I still want to look at the consensus. So I'm going to read that paper, and then I'm going to look at the Fear and Cleavage. And then
cleavage.
Yeah.
I laugh every time you mentioned that tonight. Yeah.
And then the sequencing for the the whatever the evidence is that it's zoonotic, because to me that's ultimately where it's got to be at. All the other stuff is, it's hard. It's
What kind of probabilities does it have to be that they say, like, because what if they disagree on like the probabilities and they're like, this is rare, and another one, it's not rare. And what qualifications do we accept? Like, do we want only people that have like done this type of research to comment, or who should be able to comment?
Usually, yeah, so there's two questions there. I guess to answer the last one first, I'm going to accept most people's claims to, like, any field that I'm essentially, I don't know if this is circular, but I'm trusting the experts here. If there's a field of study that lays claim to be able to talk about a certain claim, I'll take it at face value. I'll say, okay. And I'll include you. I might not rank you the same. Like we were talking earlier, I'm going to rank virologists higher than epidemiologists, but epidemiologists are still going to make the list. Biologists would make the list. They're just going to be lower, So that's like to answer that. In terms of like the probabilities or, any of that stuff, I actually don't have an answer to that off the top of my head. I don't know exactly like the likelihood that it's zoonotic. I would probably weigh them against each other.
Yeah, I guess I meant the likelihood that that furin cleavage site would appear naturally. They're going to give a probability, and then people are either going to agree or disagree that probability is high or low, I guess.
Yeah, I guess that's going to take investigation into how they determine that's the probability.
Right.
It's kind of like, yeah, go ahead.
No, and that probability is high or low, because like they're gonna say, like, one of them will say like 1 in a million is a high probability, and then the other will say that's actually a low probability.
Yeah.
In terms of 1 in a million to occur, like that virus to occur.
Well, sorry, go ahead.
Like naturally, because there might be thousands of viruses always occurring. You know what I mean? So 1 in a million might actually be a low probability or a high probability or whatever. We don't know.
Yeah, and this is why essentially I end up just being like, I'm just going to trust the experts, because you're right. I have no clue whether or not I can tell you my intuition. My intuition is that 1 in a million probability is low, but I don't fucking know.
Yeah.
So, to me, it's just like, my guess is that the people who study it the most would have a better gut instinct on that than I would. But I'll probably weigh them against each other. Like if I'm looking up, if it's like 1 in a million chance that it's cleavage, but it's like 1 in zillions that it's zoonotic, like the actual percentage weighed against each other might matter to me.
Right, because they're not actually telling you like it's this % chance that it was zoonotic. Like
Yeah. So this is ultimately why, because I've done, like I said, I was telling User before all this started, like it took me like a good 2 years, if I was being my most honest self researching evolution, to get to the point where I was like, okay, I'm convinced that the experts know what they're talking about, and the people who aren't experts don't know what they're talking about. And that was an honest, like, I may have started to become slightly persuaded, but I really had to learn like electrophoresis and the way that it works. And then, you start getting into convergent evolution and the way that works. And like, there's a huge back and forth there. It's just like, oh, well, you got the FOXP2 gene, which is communication, which a lot of, apes share. Well, okay, well, now dolphins have the FOXP2 gene. What's the likelihood that other animals can, develop a very specific genetic sequence, evolve a very specific genetic sequence, even though they're not related to each other? And there is some probability there. And I don't know what the probabilities are, but my point is that's a huge conversation if you're being honest about it. I mean, ultimately, it does just boil down to electrophoresis. That is the smoking gun. But But to me, it's just like these things, even with something that I would say is as clear cut as evolution, if you're really going to be as honest as you can, there's so much information. It's overwhelming. And especially with the coronavirus, I think we've talked about this before. I mean, even the amount of meta studies that have been done over the past 5 years is like thousands. There have been thousands of meta studies done, which is unprecedented in terms of, I don't know if it's unprecedented, but that's a lot of information.
Yeah.
So it's like, that's why I'm just like, I want the experts to decide and let me, I gotta clean my house. Let me clean my house. Like,
I just wanted to add to what you had to say about evolution there, because I'm a person who, as a kid, grew up believing evolution, then became a young Earth creationist, and then became an evolution believer again.
Yeah.
So that was quite a journey, and
That's rare.
The best argument, I think, for the young Earth creationists is just anytime you point to, oh, what about this convenient, if you point to the phylogenetic similarities between animals, they can just say, oh, they have a common designer.
Yeah.
Like we would expect to see, bat wings to resemble human digits in some way, et cetera, et cetera. Like we would expect that because common designer.
Yeah.
And that really was keeping me in the camp for a long, long time. I couldn't argue with it. But to me, like the biggest thing that turned me around was, okay, if you take a DNA test and it says that me and you are not brothers, I would trust that test, right?
Yeah.
The same science says that me and a chimpanzee are a certain percentage related.
Yeah.
Why do I not trust that test?
Yeah, and they work the same way. They're both the same,
Yeah.
essentially the same test. And the reason that we know that they work is because generationally mutations accumulate. And so if you want to know if there's relation there, you just look for that specific sequence of mutation. And it's this, and so it's not the rebuttal to the same design, same designer argument is like, well, like cars have the same designers, relatively speaking, being us, right? And so they're designed the same, but they don't have like, like you can take parts from a completely different car and interchange them pretty seamlessly. You can't do that with genes the same way. Like they're built off on top of each other. It's a very specific, it's like Legos building on top of each other very specifically. But then, again, then they're going to go to convergent evolution. Well, the reason that they're so similar, what about these genes over here that are from a completely different species that you both share? Shouldn't you both be related? And then, but it's like, that's why you look at it in terms of the aggregate. But yeah, I guess the point is that it is like, it's a back and forth there. It's not just like, oh, well, humans and apes look alike, so we must be related. And then that's it. Or humans and other apes, I should say. Sorry.
Yeah.
But yeah. And then you can just spend forever researching the crap and then. But anyway, yeah, that's where I'm at on it. For me, this is undecided. This was an undecided one. I don't want undecided ones in the future, but that's where I'm at with this one, which I kind of thought might end up being the case. But I'll look in the future for better consensus. I'll read this because I don't even know what this is saying the consensus is. And then, yeah, I want to look at the sequencing and try to learn about, I guess, a little bit about that. Though ultimately I'm just going to look for what experts are saying.
I think that's respectable, brother. Yeah, I think that's a good position to have.
All right. Awesome.
Cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, what was the? I think that's it pretty much. Then I didn't get to map out the the other side, but I don't think it matters. Yeah. If anybody gets any more information, I have to say, like, I do only have so much time, so like you can try to persuade me. That was the thing, was like I was trying to do other stuff, and I wasn't trying to like again, I wasn't trying to like be critical of you or anything, Ryan. It was just like I'm getting so much information thrown at me. I have to have like some type of orderly process. And so it was just difficult for me, I had to know what the next step was, and I couldn't figure out what it was. So
understand, but and I don't want to get too much into the scheduling annoyances that I have that I didn't have notice.
you're kind of it's hard to hear you a little bit, Ryan.
Sorry, I was just saying I don't want to get into. I had a little bit of frustration about not knowing when this would happen, and then kind of last minute,
Okay.
whatever. So I didn't have things prepared, and I had, when I sent you stuff by DM, I tried to put a summary, a good summary, underneath each one that's maybe like 10 or 15 seconds, of reading. So
Yeah.
I'd kind of tried to. Yeah, I had an order, and my computer wasn't working well, and I guess neither is my phone. So
Yeah, I'm trying to get to the point where, they say that you shouldn't divide your attention. So to me in my life, I'm trying to become the type of person that's just like, this is the time I do this thing, and this is something that I wanted to get to. So I was like, okay, I'll read Ryan's stuff once I decided to focus solely on this.
So you're saying that in the future, from this point on, you will schedule when you will yell at Ryan?
Did I yell?
Well, do we have to go back and watch the VOD together?
I guess, yeah. To me, it was just like.
Did you
So-
map up what criteria you would need to see within like genetic sequencing of COVID? Did you map up what you would need to see to sway you each way?
The criteria? No, I haven't. No, I have zero clue. I guess it would be. I would have to read. I would have to understand, obviously, what helps experts distinguish between naturally evolved things and not naturally evolved things. That seems.
Right.
I have to know that like I know in like pattern seeking, right? Like if you want to know whether or not something is, it's probably going to be related to randomness. I have zero clue. So I'm walking in the dark here.
That paper that I included had the genetic sequencing, and I think they talk about it a little bit. That might help you navigate some of that as far as like what is the polyfurin cleavage site? What does it do? Why do we implement it?
Yeah.
As far as it applies to like the Wuhan lab, what type of research they were doing there.
Yeah, and that's the other thing with the chat. It's like so many people are posting things into the chat that finding stuff in that is not the. Maybe I should have created some type of place to put documents specifically, because sifting through these is not
Will this
easy.
be accessible to you later, or will it go away after?
It's gonna go away. Yeah, so you'd have to send it again.
It's the stage. It's gonna stay. Yeah.
Oh, it is gonna stay.
Yeah, for the
Okay.
stage, it's a history, so it's gonna be there.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I have some of those links. If there is anything missing and you need to be sent those, just let me know.
Well, I think the one about the cleavage is the dirty cleavage is the one that I'm interested in. But yeah, I would guess that maybe you could tell it through some type of randomness, right? Like repeating sequences are going to be more likely if you have a sequence of DNA that doesn't have like repeating. I have zero clue. Sorry, go ahead, user.
It's like, yeah, there'll be a certain time. Well, obviously, if it is actually zoonotic, it'll take a certain time for that to naturally occur.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So there's that, and also yeah, you're going to see a pattern. And there's also a certain pattern that these virologists use to gain these functions.
Yeah.
So if we know that pattern, which virologists do know that pattern, and that's out there, then if we find that in COVID, that indicates that it is not natural. And
Gotcha.
so essentially, that would be what you'd be looking for.
Yeah, I mean, if it would be easy for you and you post it in chat again, I will bookmark it right now and look at it. But if not, I'll go through the history at some other time.
I believe it's the one with the 24 pages.
Is this it, user?
Let me see.
No, sorry, I just found something that says the SARS-CoV furin cleavage site is not engineered, and just thought it would be interesting to post.
Gotcha. Okay, I'll bookmark that too.
Yeah.
What's the date on that? Okay, 2022.
Yeah, and it's got a bunch of illustrations that make it look legit. So yeah, I trust it.
Well, it's from Penis. Well, I'll wait for that from. I can't see the. Did I say Leslie? I'm sorry. It's blocking your name, so I don't know what your name is.
She just posted something.
Leanne. Okay.
Other woman.
Oh man.
Yeah, not Leslie.
Yeah, not Leslie.
And that.
Oh wait, I already.
On page 5.
Oh, 5. Okay, I did already have that up. Sorry, I got it here. I'll bookmark it. Page 5. Okay. All right. I'll look at that too. Yeah, there's one other thing I wanted to say, but I can't remember what it is. It's probably not that important. Any final thoughts or comments on this thing from anybody? Nope.
Do you have a closing phrase? Something you say when you end a stream?
And I was gonna plagiarize Nardwar, but I won't do that.
Should we do a quick outro of BBL Drizzy?
I feel like we already did that, but I also don't want to. That could get the video taken down.
Oh yeah, right. You're right.
Yeah. Luckily, that's one good thing about Reason TV is that they allow people to use their stuff, so I know I won't get taken down for that. So that is good. I can play something else though. Let's see. I already played the Kendrick one, the last one. I'm gonna do Kendrick again just because I'm biased.
It's your show.
Oops.
How confident are you that it was a lab leak, Brian?
Maybe
1,000,000%. Oh, gotcha.
Uh-oh.
Was it? I couldn't hear over the jokes.
What's that?
What did you say?
Oh, 70-30.
So you're like 70% in favor of it being a lab leak?
Lab. Yeah. Maybe 75, I guess. I don't know. Somewhere around there.
Okay.
Incredibly based.
I need to. I'm going to be honest. I'm starting to like. I'm starting.
Euphoria.
Oh shit! Starting to dislike the word based. It's not quite.
Just also pretty based, to be honest.
Yeah, see, that's why I don't like it.
Postmodern based. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like you can just say any just ridiculously crazy thing and then people will say based. That's what I don't like about it. Just like people say based for anything. And I thought based was like it's, yeah, that is actually correct even though it's controversial.
Yeah, but it's like firmly planted in reason and rationale. So it's based on, yeah.
Yeah, but you could just be like, I think everybody should cut off their genitals and somebody's going to be like based.
Based. Yeah, Ryan would say based for that for sure.
Use it ironically.
Well, I appreciate that use of it more than the actual use, I think. Yeah. All right. Cool. Oh shit, I can't play this. What am I thinking?
Yeah. This is also gonna get.
Yeah. Well, he used to let it so that for a while there he made it so that people could use it, but the companies finally took it away. But yeah, so I guess. Sorry, go ahead, user.
With awkward. Are we gonna end with an awkward?
Yeah.
silence and just- yeah.
No, I will say that the next thing that I'm probably gonna do is, I have a list of things that I want to do, so I'm gonna do like the age of the universe. Here, let's take a look at it real quick. I guess anybody can let me know what they think about it.
Just a heads up, I'm gonna shout a really inappropriate word in like 40 seconds. So.
What? Why would you do that?
What? No, I don't know. Just.
Are you trying to get me to end the stream? Is that why you're doing it?
No. I'm trying to make it exciting.
Would you want me to make you laugh so you?
In 40 seconds, really high.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is my list. This is the list that I'm going for. So I know this is fucking small, but this is what's on it right now. I feel like this is not all it. Oh yeah, this is I guess good enough. Wait. No, yeah, that's it. Yep. So see, SARS. So COVID was on there for the pandemic, but that's all I had. Identity. Yep. Okay. Yep. That's it. So I will. This is the list that I'll be doing in the future, and I will probably create documents off this. Yeah. If you get anything else. Oh yeah. I do. I think for the future, I guess this is just a kind of remark for me is, I want to, like, once I have a claim, I want the source and then the piece of information supporting that claim. And I think that will help me stay organized. I guess I needed to outline my exact process better. So
Do you hear that, Ryan?
I think that was a cause for some confusion. Yeah, because this is what I was looking for. It's just like, here's the claim. I just want to know what should I write as information to support that claim and the sources that came from. That tends to make it easier for me. But all right. Well, thanks everybody for participating the way that you did. Gives me a good setup for doing this in the future. All right. I'll see you all later, probably in another Discord server. So, all right.
Nice. Later. Bye.
Bye-bye. Let's see.